unless you allow me to call you Honorable iPhone. Honorable members, we would like to welcome again each and everyone. I am not going to give an opportunity for introductions. My apologies. I'm not going to give an opportunity for introductions, but when anyone is going to speak, please, for the sake of the record, introduce yourself, your position, as well as the department. Is there any apologies from the portfolio committee side, as well as both the department, Sports, Arts and Culture, and the Department of Basic Education?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, all in the platform. Yes, Chair, we do have an apology from Minister Kwahobe of Basic Education. She will be attending the meeting with the PC on Basic Education, as well as the Deputy Minister of Basic Education. She's also attending the same meeting, Chair. And we also have an apology from the Deputy Minister Mabe. She is off today due to ill health, Chair. Thank you.
Is the Honorable Minister Mackenzie in this meeting?
I see that he's logged in, Chair. He can confirm.
I am here, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I am here. Thank you.
Good morning. I almost got worried, Minister, because I see most of the executive is absent, and that is a question of concern as to who is leading these delegations, especially when we have meetings of this nature. It is important that we have someone of the executive leading a delegation of this nature throughout this whole meeting. But I would like to thank you, Honorable Minister, for making yourself available for this meeting. It is indeed much appreciated. Honorable members, I am not going to be very long in my opening remarks, but now safe to say that in a very short space of time, in my capacity as the chairperson of the Sports, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee, I have visited over this weekend the rugby match in terms of oversight. Some people think we are there for a good time, but we are doing our oversight when we attend these events. I have observed a number of things, and it is important that members attend all of these events. Safe to say that we have also requested the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to send forward us a event diary. And some of it is not forthcoming from the other entities. But it is important that members of parliament are in possession of those diaries, so that when things are happening in their constituencies or close by, they are able to go there and to go see for themselves, and also knows the individuals better when it comes to these events. I've also attended the National Boxing Championship of Sanabo. And I must say, it is amateur boxing. It was quite a very, very huge event that attracted numerous individuals. And maybe to a greater extent, I would say that Parliament, as well as South Africa as a whole, should start the debate as to whether we are going to allow school sports or whether we are going to allow schools to have amateur boxing within schools. I've also attended the Petrus Motsepe Foundation playoffs on Sunday in Atteridgeville. I've watched the game, Minister. We have made a decision, and I was thinking of Minister Gayton McKenzie when I watched the game, because my hometown, a team from Alabama, Thames, has played in that playoffs, and I look at it and I said, yeah, where's the VAR? Not to say that we were wrong, but it was a sad day for me. I've also attended the Telkom Netball Championship. All of these happened since Friday. And I must say to honorable members that it is worth its while to attend all of these events, to ask questions. I've also, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, had a speech at Sanabu Championship, had a speech last night at the Netball event here in Cape Town that is actually going on until Friday. But again, Minister, to a greater extent, I think, with the appetite that the Minister have, as Parliament, we have to start this debate of amateur boxing because there's a lot of things at stake when it comes to boxing. All of these events, rugby, boxing, soccer, and netball. I would argue that perhaps not netball, but most of these events are also, all of them are dangerous events. And we need to also investigate to see to what extent, because when you witness these, most of them comes from schools. There are, at Sanabo was a lot of scholars, but they are not allowed to box at school. And I can go on and on and on when it comes to the issue, but I think to some extent, we need some debate and some investigation when it comes to boxing. Honorable members, I am going to give the Minister an opportunity, who's leading these delegations, to have his opening remarks, and then I will invite the department to also give us their presentation as far as the Memorandum of Understanding is concerned. I have also been informed that it's a combined presentation, but I also need, Minister, a declarator from both the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the Department of Basic Education. I need a declarator as to whether this is condoned by both, whether the Department of Basic Education endorse this presentation. Because I also take it for granted that mostly so, it is the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture who is going to deal with this presentation. I'm going to tell you why I need some endorsements, because when indicators will be on the Department Basic Education, they must be in a position to respond and not refer to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the other way around. So, Minister, with that said, I would like to say again, welcome to everyone, and just remind everyone, if there's an opportunity given to you to speak, to identify yourself and also the position that you are in, due to time constraints and the inconvenience doing this on a Zoom meeting. Minister Gayton McKenzie, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I'll just say 4 quick things, Chair. Firstly, Chair, my condolences for Thames. I know your team has not made it, so I'm sorry about that. Secondly, I want to apologize for the senior managers not being here. It's something I'll definitely look into. Very strongly. And I can assure it will be the last time that senior executives are not here when I'm here and when we've got such an important presentation to make. Thirdly, Chair, the issue of the presentation today, I would want the people doing the presentation also to answer your question regarding the declaration that they have worked together with the Department of Basic Education. They must be clear on that issue, so that I think it's an important point that you are raising. And lastly, Chair, on a lighter note, I must say you inspired me to. I was counting all the events that you attended this weekend, from netball to rugby to football to boxing. You inspired me to make sure that I attend much more than you. So when you look for me, I'll be at some soccer fields. That's
Thank you
very,
so much.
that's very inspirational. Thank you so much, Chair. And even Honorable Lasani, I always see you at events, and I would also encourage the members to also attend events, because I always see you and Honorable Lasani at these events. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to the team.
Before, Minister, thank you. Before the team is going to start with the presentation, I would also like to assess that in the absence of both the Minister and Deputy Minister of Department of Basic Education, who is leading this department today? If we can also just get a clarity on that. TBE?
Hello?
Is that Minister?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, and Honorable Minister. I'm trying to put my video on. I'm in a very noisy place. The reason why the Minister is unable to come, Honorable Chair, is because we have been summoned to appear before the Committee of Basic Education. All the 9 provinces plus the National Department of Basic Education. The Minister is leading us in this meeting. The Deputy Minister is involved in the preparations for the burial of the former Deputy President. She has not been available for many of the meetings, including in the department, because she's part of that team. But I am here. My name is Matanzi Mamueli, the Director General for the Department of Basic Education. I must profusely apologize, Chair. This is one committee that both the Minister and Deputy Minister would have loved to attend. And the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture can confirm that. So I just thought that I must make that explanation. I'm here. We have put the presentation together. I have constantly been talking to the DG, acting DG of BSEC. Our teams have been working together and we've been monitoring them to work together to make the signed memorandum of agreement between our ministers a reality. So I can confirm that, and I hope I'm recorded. We have done so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matanzima. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, honorable members, Minister, DG, Basic Education, colleagues. I can confirm that what DG Mweli has just indicated is true. We have had engagement directly with himself, and as a result of our engagement between the two of us, the teams have been able to meet. This is therefore a combined presentation that we are going to be presenting. I will lead the presentation together with my colleagues who are also present in the meeting. When it comes to the section on sport, the acting DDG Sport would take over that section of the slides. When it comes to areas of heritage, DDG Ndima, who's also in the meeting, will take over that part of the presentation, and then I'll come back to us at the end. Chairperson, we want to indicate that our presentation, if we move to slide number 2, is in response to the request that we received from the Portfolio Committee to brief the Portfolio Committee on the implementation protocol or the memorandum of understanding that has been signed between the two departments. We want to indicate that in slide 3, we are highlighting the areas that would be covered in the presentation.
Dr. Kumalo. Dr. Kumalo.
Yes,
sorry to stop you there. I think we should go to the MOU itself. Perhaps I think that was the crux. If we read the agenda, it says briefing by the Department, Sports, Arts and Culture and Basic Education on the signing of the MOU to integrated sports and cultural activities into schools. Now,
we will the presentation.
I think our area of interest is in the introduction of the MOU itself, the background and the context, and also the purpose and the scope of the MOU. And perhaps I think when it comes to an MOU, that automatically translates to a number of things pertaining to the implementation of the MOU. I think this is speaking to the activities and perhaps implementation, whatever the case may be. But within the MOU, if one goes through the MOU, there are various, as it mentioned, protocol agreements. Stems from that presentation in terms of the content within the MOU. I then would like to have members an opportunity to interrogate the MOU, because the MOU speaks to various things. And I don't want to use examples now. The MOU was signed on the 4th of September 2024. And a very interesting factor of the MOU says that directly the day after the MOU has been signed, implementation must start. Now, reading the content of the MOU, it is my wish as the chairperson for us to see in terms of the implementation of that MOU vis-a-vis KPIs, also monitoring implementation and other related oversights by the department yourself, as well as the Department of Basic Education. So perhaps if we can flight the MOU and go through the MOU for members to see, and then we can ask questions on that, and then we can come to the content of your presentation there.
Our presentation is structured in such a way that in the first part, from slide 1 to 5, we cover the signing, we cover what the responsibilities are contained in the MOU, and the key objectives, about 11 of them that are covered in the MOU. And then we go into the specifics in terms of what has been implemented and what has been strengthened in with regard to each of the areas that I've just highlighted. So if you allow me, Chair, can I then go on? I will go into that particular section. It's there in the presentation as we have prepared.
You see, my problem, Dr. Kumalo, in the presentation, it will be difficult to pick up stuff pertaining to what is in the MOU. Let me give an example. On page 12 of the what is it called, implementation protocol agreement, page 12, 2.1.11 says, provide an operational plan that will guide the operation each sector covered in the protocol. So are these things that we as members are going to see? It also says at some stage that the parties shall engage with the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs to facilitate the use of the municipal infrastructure grant to build sports infrastructure. I don't see it in the document that is in front of us.
Sorry, Chair, can I come in there, please, Chair?
Just a second, Minister. I just want to mention another thing. The parties shall nominate members of the task teams from each business unit within their departments to promote the implementation of this protocol and programs. I don't see it in the presentation that is in front of us. So this is the things that I think that we as members pertaining to the implementation and the monitoring and the KPIs and stuff is concerned. Let me give Dr. Khumalo an opportunity to the Minister. Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think what happens is that this is just a suggestion, Chair, very respectfully, that when a presentation should be made in front of you, can we be told, let's, for instance, you have 30 minutes to make the presentation, because I'm the one that told the ADG, be thorough, leave nothing out, tell the whole story. So it's very difficult when, sometimes when they come here, some of the members will accuse them of hiding information. Like today, they're coming with every information. It's too much. So I think the middle ground will be if Dr. Khumalo can be told, or any person for that matter, you've got 30 minutes for your presentation, because there are actionable programs that we can pinpoint, like you said, you're from Northwest. From Northwest, when we open Compicots, the meetings we've had with the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. So that was just my 2 cents to say if we can, because what you are asking, it is in there. She's still coming to that. So maybe it's the issue of time. Thank you so much, Chair.
Dr. Khumalo.
Thank you, Chairperson. We will then move on with our presentation, if we are allowed.
No, before you go on, Dr. Khumalo, I want to get into your head as to whether you have an understanding where I come from. Because it will be difficult to evaluate the MOU with the 2 departments, where the MOU, stated clearly on various issues. And safe to say that the MOU is now almost for 10 months in existence. So from the MOU, we will go to the implementation. What has been implemented by the MOU, and from there it will go to the key performance indicators. It will go to monitoring. So this is what we would like to see as members, that for the last 10 months, there's an MOU been signed. There's clear indicators what must be established. Because I can tell you now, if I ask from what I have seen, if I ask now, can you flight, I think it's page 13, can you flight for me a list of the committee members that was supposed to be established between both the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Basic Education? Are you in a position to tell us that?
Person, can I request again that you allow me? I'm going to that particular page, and when I go to that slide, if there are specific areas where we might not have provided information, we will then respond. If just move from the slide, Ludwig. If you go to the slide that talks about what is contained in the MOU, it talks about those task teams that you are talking about, Chairperson. The formation of technical, what should happen within 21 days if changes take place. And that is what we have covered in the presentation. We then went into detail with the programs themselves. But the first part of the program of the presentation, as I was saying, up to slide 5, focuses on what the MOU requires us to do. So, Chair, with all due respect, can you please allow me to just cover this, and we will then, if there are gaps, be able to respond to each and every one of the areas where you deem there is insufficient information provided.
So you're not going to deal with the MOU itself in its entirety?
I am, as I indicate.
Proceed, Dr. Kubalo, that's fine.
Chair, thank you. So if you please move from this slide, Lodwick, as I was requesting to I won't read this, just go on to, keep moving. I'll tell you when to stop. Yeah. If we stay in this particular slide, you will note, Chairperson, that section 2.1 of the MOU highlights the following. It addresses the challenges. It wants us to actually address the challenges that, sorry, just, I think you skipped one slide. Just go back to, you skipped several slides, Ludwig. If you could please just go back. I think you have jumped a few slides that I wanted to talk to. Yes. If we actually just again highlight what the chairperson has indicated. The chairperson indicated that there was a signing that took place on the 4th of September, and that and then the deputy ministers were also required to sign, which did happen. An update subsequent to the signing on the 4th of September, there was an update on the implementation protocol that was tabled at the Extended Joint National Task Team, specifically with regard to the school sport program, and that happened on the 30th of October. In this particular meeting, there were different stakeholders that were present, and it gave the team an opportunity to be able to sensitize these stakeholders on what is contained in the MOU that was signed. And this covers the national and provincial coordinators from both departments, national federation, school sport code structure, school governance bodies, and teacher union representatives. If we then move on to the next slide, we want to just then give indication of what are the responsibilities that are put upon the two departments in as far as the implementation of the MOU is concerned. And this is to appoint a designated representative on the level of the DDG who must collaborate with the counterpart, to provide each other with the reports developed based on shared data. And this is with respect to each of the programs that we are implementing, not across the board. To nominate members of the Oversight Committee, to nominate members of the task teams, to undertake to perform its obligations as outlined in this protocol, to notify the counterpart within 21 days of any changes which might affect the planned outcomes or deliverables, to provide the necessary resources that will advance the sport, arts and culture program within schools, and sport federations will receive a ring-fenced amount for the implementation of the school sport programs. Department of Basic Education must endeavor to make facilities accessible to nearby schools with the permission of school governing bodies. Chairperson, in terms of how we carry these responsibilities, for instance, in the case of the Arts and Culture Program, as the DDG, I lead the team in the engagements, and then the technical teams will deal with a specific project depending on what the program or the project covers, as we will cover those in the next upcoming slides. Same thing applies to DDG Ndima, who would lead the team. I'm talking to the responsibilities apportioned to the DDGs. And same thing applies to acting DDG Debekhai for now, who takes care and leads on programs that we are implementing with the Department of Basic Education. Section 2.1 of the MOU puts 11 different purposes And this is what guides the programs that we then have agreed between the two departments that we will focus on. The MOU wants us to address the challenges that prevent the establishment of well-coordinated and seamless sport, arts and culture. And we do this per program because of the recognition of the dynamics of each and every program. And we'll talk to that as we go into the presentations. We ensure that institutional structures are in place in the execution and the implementation and the monitoring of those programs. We regulate access and delivery of sports, arts and culture programs to all the learners, irrespective of ability across all schools based on the principle of equity and access. Clarify roles and responsibilities of all the role players in the delivery of each of the programs. Advance the principle of cooperative governance, focusing on the implementation of programs as per priority 3 and 6 of government. And this is based on the priority 3 and 6 of government as it was contained in the framework that guided government at the time when the MOU was signed. Mobilize other sector partners to support the school in ensuring that every learner has access to good quality, and that applies to each of the programs. The next batch of responsibilities that guide us in the implementation of the MOU is to make sure that we recommend strategic and innovative ways in which schools, public libraries, cultural institutions, playhouses, and other public entities should collaborate. Improve the quality of basic education as well as foster national education, national building and social cohesion. Ensure that all relevant players delivering sport, arts and culture schools should adhere to this agreement. Optimize the allocation of funds by parties in order to realize the delivery of sport, arts and culture, and provide an operational plan that will guide the operations of each sector covered in the implementation protocol. So what we then do, or what we did, if you go to the next slide, was in keeping with the programs structures within the department. We focused on arts and culture learning area program, and this one is driven by myself as the DDG. As I said, the other DDGs then drive the implementation of the programs in their areas, and they would cover those presentations, that part of the presentation when we come to that. So Ludwig, if we then go into the specifics, in the area of cultural and creative industries, focusing on young people and exposing them and making programs of government accessible to young people, we work closely with the Department of Education in organizing these careers expos. This particular program, we have agreed with the Department of Education that it seeks to introduce and promote available career opportunities. We have exhibitors, as highlighted in bullet number 3, that would come and share the information with young people. And it works in an interactive program where we would invite the young people to get motivational speeches, demonstrations, master classes, and they themselves get an opportunity to showcase their talents through open mic session, which is what young people that attend these careers expos and would get excited, because then they are participating. They are not just sitting there listening to someone addressing them or sharing information with them. The implementation in terms of how we do this, as agreed with the department and in collaboration with the Department of Education, is that we will focus on the youth month. For instance, this year we had this program on the 15th of June, aligned to the hosting province. We will then have learners being invited. The numbers that we are indicating there are numbers that of the young people as organized by the provincial schools that came and participated. I need to indicate that this is inclusive of the local post-matric young people who did the walk-in into this particular venue. The expo is also live streamed for any of the young people that can be able to follow this on social media platforms. Many learners who have participated in the Career Expo have given very positive feedback because, as I said, this exposes them to career opportunities and other opportunities that exist in the space of cultural and creative industry. The other program, which ever since the signing of the MOU in September, has actually become a whole lot more focused with a more aligned planning between the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, is the one that focuses on issues of gender-based violence and femicide and raises awareness young school-going kids and out-of-school young people with regard to the issues of youth and recognition of the scourge and what could actually be done to prevent and address this particular scourge. At the core of this particular program is education, mentorship, and community engagement as key tools to break the cycle. I need to indicate, Chairperson, that, for instance, in the previous program that I was talking about, the one that talks about possible careers, is the Department of Education that buses the young or transports the young people to the venue. They contribute to the transportation of young people who attend. The same thing applies to this program. We had the Department of Education being the one that we're working closely with within the province in December, where they were able, subsequent, as I said, to the signing, they were able to work closely with the team in terms of identification of the initiatives, the camp to which the young people went. In this particular case, the focus was on the boy child. And we did this in recognition of the fact that when we talk GBV and femicide, there is a lot of focused programs that are focusing on the girl child. And this particular program, in agreement with the minister, in agreement with the Department of Basic Education, focuses on development of confidence, making sure that the boy child especially gains guidance on essential life topics, including awareness, mental health, sexual health, and career development. If we move on to the next slide, which is slide 9, we go on with the information around what transpires. If you can please move on, Ludwig, what transpires in this particular program. And what we are showcasing or we are presenting to the committee is the content in terms of these mentorship camps that we talk about. I'm not sure, the slide is not moving on my side. Ludwig, I'm not sure whether you've moved or not.
I'm trying to move, but it's not moving. I'm not sure why.
Just to save on time, maybe you can take down your presentation and go and try and load it again, but I'm going to go on with the presentation, relying on the presentation that we have circulated. The slide number 9 that I'm on just shows a little gives a sense of the activities that take place in these camps. For instance, we give indication that in the one that we just had in December in collaboration with Department of Basic Education, much as the focus was on the boys, I will talk later, it does indicate here, this particular one, the plan for 25-26 wants to extend the mentorship camps to the young girls in terms of growing and learning and making sure that they are empowered, encouraging the young people to reflect on their identity, build self-confidence, and engage in open age-appropriate discussions. These camps that we are planning with the Department of Education this financial year would be going to all the 9 provinces over 3 days, identifying the holiday period during which or the weekends during which the school-going young people could then be able to attend. It's a mix of workshops, group activities, mentorship circles, and personal development sessions that really align the structure of the program to appeal to young people and allow them to also interact and engage. If we move on to the next slide, we then give indication of the next program in the space of arts and culture that we are undertaking with the Department of Education. This is referred to as the School Art Championships. And I do need to indicate, Chairperson, that the programs that I just presented, the last 2 programs that I just presented, are there in the APP of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, including this one that I'm presenting. They do fall under the respective KPIs as you were inquiring. This particular program, School Art Championships, is modeled against the National School Sport Championships. Obviously not at the same level at this point in time, because it just started, but the objective and the goal of this program is exactly the same as the goal as outlined in the School Sport Championships, which is to give an opportunity to those young people that would want to showcase their talents, but also to provide them with opportunities to move along the different levels that exist in terms of them getting opportunities and being able to make the cultural and creative industry a career in future. So without reading through each line, we do indicate here that the last one that was done in 24-25 focused on 2 areas, 2 domains, which is visual art and craft, and performance and celebration. And as I was saying, they're working and we like working collaboratively, as it says on slide 3, on bullet number 3 there, with the entities of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. The Department of Basic Education is represented in the technical team, provincial department, depending on the hosting province, community art centers, and other steering committee. And this applies to each and every one of the programs that I've spoken to in the last slides. If we then move on from this particular slide, we also just give a further detail on how the School Arts Championships are structured and how it is envisaged. This is a program that we are hoping will grow. And with us working together with the Department of Basic Education, appointing adjudicators, bringing on board celebrated artists. And we are planning that this year we do these championships in November 2025. Just moving on and looking at this talks about the envisaged impact of School Arts Championship. Allow me, Chairperson, not to spend too much time on it. Suffice to say, the program itself focuses on making sure that we contribute to the success of the young person in terms of their academic achievement, level of satisfaction, acquisition of skills and competencies, physical, mental wellness, attainment of learning outcomes, career opportunities, but also persistence and resilience, if I can actually put it like that. We then move on just to highlight, I think, the last but Oh, there's another one. Terminology and other language projects. As members of the portfolio committee would be aware that we have a section in the department that deals with issues of national language services. And in the protocol that we signed with the department, there is a clear focus on the issue of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture working closely with the basic education to ensure that we provide expert guidance and capacity building to the Department of Basic Education on terminology development. In this particular case, we work closely with the educators and the subject advisors in the Department of Basic Education. Issues of translation and versioning of language policy and strategic documents, including annual teaching plans for mathematics and natural sciences in the grades 4 to 6, providing the Department of Basic Education with relevant human language technologies where they require to streamline translation, editing, and terminology development, to strengthen interdepartmental collaboration for development, intellectualization, and promotion of African languages. And I want to just move on to slide number 14, Chairperson, and highlight that in the implementation of this particular program, as I said, it focuses on empowering the educator and the subject advisors in the space of basic education, focusing, as I have indicated, on terminology development, language and policy development, translation and editing, human language technologies, annual teaching plans on these particular subject areas, as we indicate in this slide. The next slide talks about a program called Artists in Schools. I need to say this particular program has been in existence for quite some time, but it's one of the programs that we are reviewing because of the challenges that have been experienced in the implementation, especially in the submission of portfolio of evidence by the implementing agents that gives an indication that the artists are indeed going to these schools. When are they going to these schools, and who are the beneficiaries within the schools? We have, however, Chairperson, have heard about more than 118. I think the figure now stands at 200 and some change. We'll just confirm the number as we go on. That we have heard those artists in the last financial year being placed in public schools within each province, contributing to these numbers. These artists are paid a stipend and were drawn from an immediate community in terms of making sure that accessibility to that particular school is made easier. This program, as I said, has been discontinued for 25-26 as we review it and make sure that we actually address the gaps that have been identified, especially over the last 3 years. However, Chairperson, it is a program that is linked to the school arts championships that I spoke about, and the school arts championships continue, and they are contained in the annual performance plan of the department. Last but not least is the South African Schools Choral Eisteddfort, which is mainly driven by the Department of Education, with us as a department providing support. This slide highlights what the program aims to achieve in terms of talent in the discipline of music. It also highlights how we collaborate and what exactly is the role that as the Department of Basic Education and Department of Sport, Arts and Culture we have agreed upon. It also speaks about the fact that we just came out of this SAYS championships last weekend, which was held quite successfully and covering several of the areas as actually depicted in the area of choral, in the area of opera, in the area is as indicated and as highlighted. If we just move on, I just want to then indicate that what the objectives of SACE is. It's a program that is mainly driven by DBE, as I say, with us as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture providing support and continuously looking at how we grow and we enhance and strengthen the social contract that we have in as far as improving the quality of education between the department and other stakeholders through choral music and promoting social cohesion, cultural identity, and nation building in the meanwhile. If we then move on, I would like to then just give, these are just pictures in terms of what normally happens. Our colleagues were there for the entire week, for instance, from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, working with the Department of Basic Education in these particular areas, as we indicate on page 18, particularly in the space of providing adjudication. If we move on to the next slide, we then indicate, as we were requested, the budget that goes towards these particular programs, where we are implementing, as a Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, within the schools, implementing these programs within the school, and with the Department of Basic Education providing the kind of support as we agree from program to program. So without reading through the figures, we have provided the figures over the MTEF as per the budget that has been set aside. I would now like to then hand over to Acting DDG Tebgai to speak to what we are doing in the area of sport program as informed by the implementation program. And he would also highlight how we make sure that what the MOU, please go to the next slide, what the MOU outlines and the implementation protocol is being implemented. Tebogo, please, if you can take over.
Yeah, thank you so much, ADG. Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, members, colleagues, and DG Education. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Chair, let me just indicate that the school sport in particular has been a program that we've had an MOU with Department of Basic Education since 2011. With the first 5 years where we were just establishing the base, and then we renewed the MOU in 2018, where then we are streamlining our programs and ensuring that there is equality and consistency of provision to the recent one in 2024, where then we're taking the program a notch higher. But importantly about the recent one, it's just about zooming on the ground, to the ground, ensuring that there are foundations and structures and systems in place, at least on the ground, because that has been something that has been of a challenge, because we've got to cater for 13 million learners in about 24,000 schools. 90% of them are public schools, and just up to 10% of them are about independent schools and private schools. And there are just over 450 teachers in the system. Obviously, our population has grown to be 64 million. So that's the nature that characterizes school sport, over and above, some of the pertinent matters that we've got to deal with. Proceed. So generally, the school sport program is funded through the conditional grant. And in the conditional grant, these are the allocations that we have. For this year, we've got 626 million, and in the next MTF, for the MTF, these are the figures that you'll see. But in the conditional grant, we've allocated each province an allocation, and there's consistency of how we allocate provincial allocations. So 40% of this, you can proceed to the next slide. 40% of this, which is about 250 million in the current financial year, will go towards school sport. We have ring-fenced about 72 million of these funds towards ensuring that it goes to the provinces that are going to help with the staging of the school sport championships for autumn, winter, and summer, including some of the individual federation schools events as we did in the previous year. The remainder of this allocation is then distributed towards other schools' priorities that will include the training of coaches and teachers at 10%, the provision of equipment and attire to schools at 30%, the support to district leagues and school sport programs at local level at 30%, and what we refer to as a sports ambassadors program at 5%. This sports ambassador program is a program where we're saying all the former legends in any sporting code are then brought in to mentor and assist the schools in the communities in which they live, to be able to mentor them and work closely with the coaches and teachers to empower and train the learners in those schools in their respective sporting codes. But also we have employed young people at 15% to be the coordinators of school sport program on the ground, working closely with the teachers in those communities to also support schools participating in school sport programs. So this is where individual schools are then supported with some form of support at 10% of the 250 million, or that remains to then be able to support the learners and the schools to take part in school sport activities. So, and this is one part that we are saying, we don't expect any school to be asked to pay, or if there's any payment, the program ought to take the responsibility thereof in terms of their participation in any program, so that there's no discrimination in terms of participation. So these are the totals then that you see for school sport program for this current financial year. And so you can proceed to the next one. But equally so, in the school enrichment program of the Department of Basic Education, there are these allocations that the Department of Education in various programs has allocated reciprocately to also assist in the programs of sport, arts and culture to ensure that learners are given opportunities and that there are allocations that the Department of Education as well makes to the sector. These allocations are utilized for administrative purposes. They are also mainly from the voted funds. And you'll see there in the Western Cape, it appears as zero voted funds coming from the Department of Basic Education. And they are basically shared within a province to the districts to ensure that the programs are implemented at the district level. And because the Department of Education does not receive conditional grant for the implementation of the school enrichment programs. Proceed. So in general then, what we have then determined going forward as far and in the implementation of the MOU is first and foremost to ensure that we implement the National School Sport Championship program, but ensure that the learners coming there are adequately supported right from when they leave their houses to their transportation, accommodation, clothing, that learners must look at uniformly, and that they've got equal opportunities of participation. Important about the national championship is the level of competition, because this is where we are saying the next champions are going to come from. So it's important that the level of competition be of such standards that we are able to take talented athletes, place them into high performance programs, and they can be elevated to the next level and can be groomed through the federations program. That we are working closely with federations to ensure that happens. So we've got a list of projects for national championship, which is the autumn championships, usually including athletics and swimming for this current financial year. Now in winter, starting this coming weekend, we'll be having winter championships, which will have netball, football, and rugby. And in December, we'll be having summer championships, which will have table tennis, gymnastics, softball, and goalball. And there are other code-specific championships that may not appear here that will come in between the seasons, where we are then able to, as provinces, to assist the learners and take them to those various championships. Like what is happening now in Cape Town. The next one program that we have is a support to local district. Sorry, we can move back. Yes, support to local districts. This is where we then say, at a local level, at a community level, in rural areas and so forth, schools in neighboring communities can have these festivals, have leagues, have galas, have displays to ensure consistency and participate on a regular basis. I must say, this is where we have had, this is where our main focus in the current financial year going forward is at, to ensure that we've got sustainable programs and sustainable structures that are really able to give us this regular participation that we want to see on a weekly basis. And to enable that, we provide support to schools, we establish the structures, and we provide the equipment and attire for regular participation. There's also a provincial level. This is where we do selections for teams that are going to represent the teams at the national events. Proceed. And that support, which is an enabler to participation, where we consistently through the province, but also all the time when we have the handovers of facilities and so forth, Minister would also issue the sports equipment to schools to also share in the facilities that are there. But importantly is to ensure that schools have got adequate equipment to be able to practice their sporting codes of choice. Training the teachers to ensure that they become qualified coaches, they are training. And the particular focus of our coaching is on accredited training. It shouldn't just be that people go there for attendance, but they must get accredited certificate from those that are the providers, especially the federations, including the institutions that are providing other forms of training. We have employed a number of young people. I think in the school sport program, we've employed up to over 300 young people to facilitate the provision of school sport programs across all provinces. And as indicated, also the sports ambassadors. These are your former professional players who have retired, and we have taken them in to also be able to facilitate the provision of school sport in various communities. Proceed. Proceed, Logic. Maybe let me move on as I see the slides are not moving there to the next slide. My apologies.
Yes. Can I just suggest that perhaps you continue using your own slide? Ludwig, if you could just go back a bit. I think you are skipping slides, or the slides are jumping. Yeah. That's the next slide is where he was going.
Yeah. So Chair, what I want to demonstrate is that, since we've began working closely with federations, especially allowing them to lead in the space of school sport, closely with the structures that we have within the program, we've seen how the program is benefiting the learners participating, because there are learners that have been identified through these competitions, placed into the the selected international teams and represented the countries, if not being placed into further development programs within the federations. And I won't go through the names in particular, but would want to demonstrate that through the program, when you look at gymnastics, for instance, there's been those four gymnasts that were identified through this program and have been able to represent the country at various platforms. When you look at football as well, these are the number of players that we have seen coming through with that player there, the last Ethan Lowe, who was in the last team that went to Namibia last year and represented the under 15 at the COSAFA Championships. And there's a learner from Bloemfontein. I think others you can see there. Others are still now playing at NFD and others at Banyana level. Proceed. When you look at athletics as well, we have had a number of athletes as well that are coming from the program, and these are the names that you see coming from the program. We're saying there can be more, especially if with the number of learners that are there in the school sport program. We move over to other sporting codes, netball. We've seen some of the players even playing in the TNL. In basketball, I know we can do better here with our structure being in place and all running smoothly, but we've had one or two learners coming through, Coco as well, including volleyball, that we've had players that have been selected at senior teams. If you are to move over to the next slides, looking at table tennis, that these are the learners that have represented the province of Free State at various platforms. You've got a number as well coming from the Gauteng. For instance, you'll see the players like Pesita were part of the 2014 K Motsepe Cup, for instance. Your Mojekas and so forth are part of the players that come from this particular program, especially the championship that we've staged previously. I think there's just a whole list of players coming from each province. One of the shining stars is in what we've seen now in KZN. There's a school there called Clapham High Technical High. This school has been, since the inception of the CAF Schools Tournament, has been doing quite well and dominating the continent, winning especially the COSAFA level throughout since its inception, but also having won the CAF Championship for under 15 in the last year. This year they came third in that particular championship. And there are a number of players that were selected to represent both the country and also the coach there being part of the under 17 national women's coaching technical team. And so if we are to just move on, also in terms of softball, we have had a number of successes in terms of the players that have come through the program.
Tebogo, can I ask that maybe with the names and the examples you just move
Yes.
along, and so we still have one more program to do.
So if you could just move again to slide 45, just to indicate that one of the successes as well after our staging the chess championship last year, we've had a player coming from KZN by the name of Jorai Suje, who went on to represent the country at the Continental Championship this year. And he just recently won all the matches that he played there without losing a single one. And he's now the current under 16 champion. So just as I proceed now to slide 46, the current program, and we're going to change this now as we review the grant framework coming now during the period of reviewing of the framework. But currently we are looking at 16 sporting codes. which have those divisions that we have there in slide slide 39. And this sporting codes, all of them participate in the championships. Important about this is to ensure their existence at local and district level so that there's consistency of participation. So our current championship focuses on ensuring that we are going to have 1,500 learners coming through. All of them are going to be supported wholly, from transport to clothing to accommodation to meals to participation by the provincial departments. And this includes also the indigenous games. And we also intend to ensure that, at least for now, we've started with football, which is going to international competitions. We want other programs as well to go at that particular level. We want to use this program, especially as a primary focus from which talent can be identified for the Project 350. That number of players coming from here and the level of competition that we want to pitch the competition at, it should be able to contribute to Project 350, where federations can then have a broader base of selecting athletes that can be incubated and be taken further for training and can be given opportunities to compete and exposure for international competitions. As we've seen with the under 15 football, both male and female, who recently went to Ghana, represented the country. And as I indicated, that we've had our national women's team under 15 coming third, with one of our players being the goalkeeper of the tournament and having won the top goal scorer of the tournament. So we are starting again with this. If you are to move slightly now to slide 52 or 45, sorry, slide 45, you'll notice there that these are the pathways that we want to provide as opportunities for international participation. For participation at COSASA Games, CAF, African Schools Championships, we are starting a partnership that we're going to launch with the Minister for the under-17, so that our under-17 can then have a consistent and participate in AFCON under-17, the Youth Olympic Games, the Youth Commonwealth Games, the African Youth Games, wherein we are seeing currently we are at the Region 5 Youth Games in Namibia, and this team would contribute towards the next African Youth Games that will take place in December. The AUSC Region 5 Games, which is currently also underway, is the AUSC Region 5 Games and the Olympic Games. So where now we are pitching this is precisely on the slide where we're saying, what is the look and feel of the new school sport program? It's premised itself on 5 pillars. Number 1, it's on having regular leagues and festivals and intermatches, including displays. These are all local and community competitions that have a structure, that are funded, that have regular programs, and that are able to produce results on a weekly basis within communities. 2 is to ensure that there's regular talent scouts, and this is by working closely with the federations to ensure that there is proximity between where those activities are taking place and the custodians of sporting codes to ensure that no talent goes missing. 3 is to ensure integration of the arts and cultural space within those particular programs by ensuring that the activities are integrated with cultural performances, with displays of cultural talents, but also amongst the learners, that not only are they focused on sports, but also we have a talent and creative space for them. Thirdly is to ensure that we raise awareness on through creation of social awareness campaigns, where we teach a boy child to protect and take care of
Can you please wrap up your presentation?
And then capacity building programs that we do through capacitation. There are a number of programs that we are implementing. There's K-Motsepe Schools Tournament that takes place regularly. There's also Dreamfields. I'll just go through this, which is where we partner, particularly where education partners on the space of physical education, which is a core fundamental element within the curriculum that provides opportunities of physical activities. There's Neslo and Milo programs that are being done, also in partnership between DBE and Milo to ensure that these programs provide adequate physical education opportunities. But as it stands, we know that physical education is currently part of the learning outcomes within life orientation, and that it is also having a curriculum that is being embedded with a number of hours, I think 2 per week, that the learners have for physical education, and it is implemented through the partnership with the British Council. The current policy. We had a policy that was developed but had to be stopped because of budgetary constraints. But upon reviewing, it was then converted into a draft policy within the Department of Basic Education to ensure that there are regulations or guidelines, there are guidelines that help us to implement core curriculum program. And stakeholders like ourselves, the DSEC, teachers unions, and SGBs were consulted, including Provincial.
Please wrap up your presentation.
Yeah. Okay, so as I just go through slide 48, that there are a number of things that I think we still have to overcome to ensure successful mandate of the program. One of them is to ensure that infrastructure is in schools, that we clearly define the policy mandate, particularly on physical education and sport policy, because that is quite key in improving funding, including management of stakeholders. And as I indicated, there are a number of things, the steps that we are engaging into to ensure that we change the approach and the trajectory of where school sport is going by ensuring that teachers focus on curriculum related, we focus on
I have to
sport policy. Thank you so much. No, I'll stop here, Chair. Thanks.
Dr. Khumalo, can you proceed with the next presentation?
Thank you, Chair. DDG Ndima. Try and summarize, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also greet the Minister. Let me also greet the members of the committee, the DG, DBE, as well as our DG, ADG in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. I'll just be brief. Our intervention or our collaboration with the Department of Basic Education is on national identity in the classroom. And our strategy is really committed to fostering nation building and social cohesion through widespread popularization of South Africa's national symbols, which we are saying they are just far more than decorations, but they embody values, shared values, and solidify South Africa's national identity. These symbols include the flag, coat of arms, national anthem, the preamble of the Constitution, as well as fauna and flora, national orders, which are really crucial for national identity. And this dates back to the work that we did in 2001 when we did a survey that's highlighted low recognition of national symbols, leading to a recommendation for a radical approach which schools identified as critical market. Now we've got our school-based program, where the Bureau of Heraldry school-based program is a key part of our broader strategy to popularize national symbols in schools. And its objectives are to popularize national symbols among students, complement the school's curriculum, develop and promote guidelines and etiquette for national symbols, contribute to nation building and social cohesion, organize provincial or district national identity quiz competitions. So to achieve this, we've developed various resources and initiatives, easy-to-read publications linked to the school curriculum, such as My Country, South Africa, Celebrating Our National Symbols and Heritage, which is a resource book for learners and educators. National Symbols booklets, which we also call Passport of Patriotism, posters on national symbols and the preamble of the Constitution, National Identity Quiz Competition, currently district-oriented, a national anthem toolkit, distribution of publication to schools, provision of flags to schools, replacing odd and worn-out ones. Over and above the issues of identity, we also working on annual National Archives Awareness Week. The objectives here are to raise awareness of the importance of records and archives in the preserving in preserving societal national memory and how they support the Foundation for People's Rights and Identity. For instance, many people don't understand that archives are also used when it comes to matters of land restitution. To identify and avail archival records that may be used to supplement the history curriculum, popularizing the archives profession, and to engage communities on the importance of archives, promoting social cohesion, cultural identity, nation building, and talent identification. We are indicating here that the 2025 Annual National Archives Awareness Week was held on 5 to 9 May in Mpumalanga in partnership with Provincial Archives, DBE, and the Tshwane University of Technology in Mpumalanga campus. The program was attended by approximately 1,500 guests, including learners from 10 schools from different districts of Mpumalanga, and we indicate the amount that we spend there. Over and above this, we are also doing oral history training. The National Archives and Record Service of South Africa, we train 50 learners on oral history as a research methodology over a period of 3 months. This training rotates to different provinces annually to align with the hosting of an annual National Oral History Conference, which is hosted in partnership with Oral History Association of South Africa, DP, and the Provincial Archives. Learners then get to present their projects during the Oral History Conference, which brings together academics, archivists, educators, and oral history practitioners in general. And we indicate the amount. And we are also indicating that the 2025-2026 training is planned to take place at the end of June with learners from 5 schools in Polokwane. Collaboration between public libraries and schools. The following are achieved through the Community Library Services Grant Program. Establishment of dual-purpose library infrastructure. This is where provinces build new library infrastructure in close proximity to schools to service both the communities and schools, promoting access to reading resources, where it's about purchasing material which support teaching and learning outcomes, encourage reading and literacy, host literacy campaigns, reading competitions like Spelling Bee, promote national days, holiday reading programs, story times, book discussions, reading clubs, creative writing programs, display reading resources. Heritage Bursaries Program, yes, this one, Chair, is more at the tertiary level, but we are now in a mode of working with the Department of Education to make them aware of the availability of this bursary, so that when the secondary school learners graduate from matric, they are empowered that they will have access to this library. I would want to stop there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think while the Department of Basic Education has politely declared that they endorse this presentation, I'm going to give them 5 minutes to say something about the benefits, outlining the benefits of this integration of sports, and also perhaps speaking to their implementation plan from the Department of Basic and Education side. Over to you, Mr. Matanzima. Is Mr. Matanzima, who's leading the Department of Basic Education, still in this meeting?
Yes, Chairperson is on the platform.
Yeah, Mr. Matanzima, can you take us through as Basic Education? What do you think about this? And talk to the benefits and talk to the implementation, because we know that at some schools there's problems with principals when officials of the department is going on their premises and all of that. I know it's cold, Mr. Matanzima.
Chair, may I please step in? It's Dr. Watson from Basic Education.
Please do so, Dr. Watson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the School Sports and Enrichment Program at DBE is really a flagship of our enrichment space. And our collaboration with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is invaluable because it's through our collective efforts and our collective areas of expertise that we're able to deliver programming at the school level. The Department of Basic Education's priority are delivered primarily through our curriculum and our co-curricular space. And it's in our curriculum where we have curriculated for both arts education, and it is in life orientation where you will find expression of everything to do with our heritage as a country, as well as where we get dedicated treatment to the arts, especially in grades 4 to 6, where we cover all of the basics for music, drama, visual arts, and the 4 arts. It's music, it's dance, it's drama, and it's visual arts. And the children are then prepared to take that creativity through into subject choices in the high school. Similarly, life orientation is where we curriculate for physical education, and we have 114 lesson sets that are available to teachers in schools through the recently released At the Crossroads series of textbooks for life skills and life orientation. And here teachers are guided in delivery of the PE lessons, and they are supported in training access through our Nestle Milo partnership and our British Council partnership. And then we are able to then steer children through based on their interests into the areas of competition that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture offers us, whether that's in the oral history space, the choral space, or in the sports championship space. And we work very closely.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Can you take us through, in a snapshot, on how you're going to evaluate the effectiveness of the integration?
Can I ask for clarity on your question, Chair? Integration of?
The integration of sports, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture programs into the school sports. The item at hand.
Thank you. The integration happens at through our joint committee structures that we have operationalized, and these committee structures allow the Department of Sports and the Department of Basic Education to work very closely with provinces and provincial reps at in our respective provinces. And then we're able to mobilize at district and school level with the support also of federations in the case of school sports. So the articulation is a business process, so it's not something we're waiting to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'm going to make a few comments before I'm going to give opportunity for questions. In the meantime, please raise your hands and I will take it from there. That is my biggest concern about today's meeting, Dr. Khumalo, and that is the lack of explanation on KPIs. And I find it difficult to see that some of the KPIs has been explained lies elsewhere in the system with the department. Now, the $1 question for the committee to have a properly understand in terms of the implementation pertaining to the integration. The $1 question is, are we going to have, when it comes to this MOU, are we going to have or rather require a different development of new KPIs? My gut feeling said yes, because we can't take a already KPI system on another level and structure it in here, because there is a KPI. I will also invite members to go thoroughly through the MOU, because there's 110 questions that one can ask to the minister through the parliament process pertaining to that process. So the other thing is the issue about the question about the discontinued pertaining to arts arts in the schools program. Now, 20 million rand, Dr. Kumalo, has been allocated to other arts programs. Now, in the absence of artists in schools, how are these programs going to be implemented? If you look at that slide 10, it makes no sense to me, simply because, you know, we talk about implementing school arts championships. And then you go, if you weigh these things up and you go to the department's MTEF, yet DSEC is saying to us that the program has been remodeled. So I find it very difficult to understand there. There's 250 million has been allocated to school sports for procurement of equipment. And a reference has been made that it is not for school clubs. So perhaps some clarity on whether what is the real amount that going to school sports. Another issue is the transversal tenders. During our oversight in the Eastern Cape, people have a huge problem with transversal tenders wherever we go in the provinces. And yet, if we would participate in the economic participation on a broader aspect and give others an opportunities, small entrepreneurs and opportunities, I think this should be re-looked at, because 3 years is long. Having a contract with the department supplying all of these through a transversal tender throughout the whole country, it's really an indictment to small businesses in South Africa. 820, almost R1 billion has been budgeted for arts, culture, and heritage programs, as outlined in the MOU. It's just under R1 million. And the greatest concern is with something that has just been taken out, and it is just no more there. The issue pertaining to schools equipment and attire, I must say to the department, for so many a time now, we have seen that the MTEF hasn't changed. It only speaks to the same amount, 3,500, 3,500, 3,500. So these are the concerns that we have. Someone spoke about the support of districts. Now, yesterday I've been told by the Director of Selections for Netball South Africa that on the very last day, when school children of a particular district, can't remember the name again, had to travel to Cape Town, they could not get help from municipalities, from whoever is supporting the districts. And that's KZN. You take Limpopo. Limpopo have 12 buses here as we are speaking. Full gear. Transport been paid, accommodation been paid, food has been paid, tracksuit has been paid. And then you go to where I come from, Bopirima. Go have a look at that netball team and go see for yourself. Our children from disadvantaged communities did not have the opportunity to get onto a bus because they did not have money. The municipality or the district or the DSEC or the province could not help. So that is my concern with this whole MOU in terms of a development of KPIs for me and for this committee as members of parliament to zoom in to all these particular areas to see where the M&Es is. That's why I'm asking, monitoring and evaluation, how is that been done? How are we going to have this? Because I don't want committee members to just ticking off boxes. We must use and exercise our powers to have a proper oversight role, and also an oversight role on KPIs, and again, smart KPIs. Most of the stuff that has been explained to us here today is stuff that is already in the pipeline. It's nothing to do with what has been discussed in the issue pertaining to the MOU. I'm going to give an opportunity to Honorable Tetwa. Honorable members, you are welcome to raise your hands if there are still members that would like to say something. Honorable Tetwa, you may proceed.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Minister. Good morning to all the members, the honorable members who are here, and both the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Basic Education. I wish there was also the Department of Higher Education, and I'll explain why. Minister, I will say this once again. I've said it when you came in. I've said it a number of times. Putting the new wine into an old sack will never produce the intended results. The failure of the department constantly for the past donkey years has been the failure of interpreting the policies, translating the policies into practical programs, into practicality. That has been the constant failure of the department. Now you have the MOU, and the chair is quite correct. You have the MOU that we need to deal with and translate this MOU into practical programs and projects. But the department is like it's reporting to us about the programs, the normal programs that it has been doing. Nothing new. Let me take you into the presentation, what it lacks. The presentation talks about events, workshops, exhibitions, camps, nothing else new that says this is how we are going to deal with this thing now in transforming our society into the new society that we want to see. Let me bring to your attention. We speak of basic education, and the whole idea was that we're thinking that you will then say, in terms of basic education, we want to bring sports, arts, and culture into the curriculum. We want to bring programs that will create a pathway from basic education into higher education and job placement at the end. It must be a mapping that speaks from the entry point, the middle term crisis where we find young people and young adults taking different pathways because they are confused, and adults, young adults, when they now have to cross into the world of the world of their jobs or work experience. Now, there's no SETA here. This particular program doesn't speak of SETA. And the reason why I'm mentioning this, we're talking workshops and events and camps. There's no workshop or camp or event that will produce a career. Let's agree. It is a temporal intervention that says we are doing something even though it doesn't really mean much, but we are doing something. We are ticking the boxes. I would have loved to see a presentation that says the MOU provides us this particular intervention at basic education to bring arts and culture aspect into school program. The SETA comes in and says, these are the qualifications that we will then get when we bring the intervention into the university. From basic feeding into university, then the SETA comes in and provides the qualifications. You're talking of artists that you are placing at school. Those artists, what qualifications are they going to provide to these young people at basic education? What qualifications would they provide to them for them to then be channeled into university education? Dr. Kumalo, you speak of opera. You're not speaking about traditional music. You're not speaking about kwaito because it doesn't exist in university. So we are continuing to do what we used to do 20 years or 30 years or 40 years ago. So I've got a problem with that. That's my parting shot on that, on the presentation. It has a disjuncture. It only concentrates on basic, but it doesn't lead children into permanent careers, into jobs, because there are no jobs. If I would ask you what jobs are these interventions going to create? You will not be able to tell me that. Now, generally, that's how I feel about this. Artists placed at schools, what qualification do you use as a criteria to place these artists at schools? And what outcomes that the program would produce in terms of qualifications of those young people who are leaving from basic education into the next world? I've highlighted on the issue of the opera. The conditional grant, it speaks of 40% to sports. Again, what percentage is going to arts and culture, Dr. Kumar? And you speak of sports ambassadors. I want to know, because I know that there's a disjunction in terms of your Legends program in arts and culture. At what age does one become, is there a specific age that one becomes an ambassador or a legend? Because you're talking about people who are legends. And I did correct this thing of legends. It's not legends, it's veterans. You're speaking of people who have now retired from playing professionally, but they can then be utilized in terms of coaching young people. But again, at what age? Do you have a specific age that you allow people to participate in the program? Or what criteria do you use to say one can be an ambassador? The report on achievements on sports, I don't think that's fair. That's why the chairperson wanted us to focus on the MOU. You're speaking of achievements that relate to July 2024, and yet the MOU was signed in September 2024. So you cannot attribute or present the achievement as something that is a result of the MOU. We wanted to find out what will the MOU do to change the people's lives. Now, allow me this, Chairperson, and I'm asking for your indulgence, because one of the things that as parliamentarians we do is the law allows us this opportunity and advantage to be able to enable us to do our work of oversight. Now, there's one thing that always deprives me this right of holding government accountable. When we are regarded, let me say, lying to Parliament is a statutory offense, which is a crime that is defined and created by the law that was enacted by Parliament. Now, each time DDG Ndima does a presentation or speech, I get disturbed. And I want to ask one question, just to bring this thing of accountability into practicality. I want DDG Ndima to explain to me, to answer me truthfully on this question. As the acting DG in the absence of DG Vusumuzi Mkhize, when you approved the funding for SAMIC, did you know, or were you not alerted by anyone, including me, about the blacklisting of SAMIC by DTI for a similar crime that they have now committed and not being able to account for the money? I'm deliberately doing this so that we set an issue straight here that we need to deal with, the accountability and departments coming to present lies in front of the parliamentarian and the portfolio committee. Can DDG Ndima answer me on that question? I know it might sound out of this particular presentation, but I just want to bring in the element of accountability. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. The Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, can I come after some few minutes? I'm trying to note something down.
The Honorable Faith Mutamba.
Mutambi, Chairperson.
Mutambi, my apologies.
We've been together for years. I hope by now you know how to pronounce. Greetings to everyone in the platform. Thank you so much, Chair, for opportunity. And then I want to join the colleagues who have spoken before me in welcoming the presentation. Coming to the MOU, Chairperson, I want to echo your sentiments as you have raised earlier, including of the Speaker, Honorable Mtete, have just said now. But I should think, Chair, now that we are given this opportunity to talk to it, can we then understand from both the DGs of the two departments with regard to the MOU itself? Because I've been going through it, Chair. I don't see any concrete timelines here on this MOU. You talk about the phased milestone or the execution plans. I know this is the document that the politician entered into, but we're expecting the administration to then look at this document and then make it executable, in the sense that these documents, then if you want to make it a living document, then for now there should have been operational plans that we, instead of us repeating what we've been told, these things are there all the time, we know it, we will have seen the Director Generals talking about the operation plans on how are they going to make this thing a reality. And then I think it's very critical that we have clear timelines, Chair, that talks to these issues, to say what is going to happen when, than to bring the problems as they brought them to us here. Also to say then, with regard to when you look at the dispute resolution mechanism at the end, it doesn't even talk to us on how are they going to then enforce, should the other party be in default, apart from the law and jurisdictions that that's what they're saying here. But I should think much more needs to be done, Chair, in line with the protocol, because you look at it, when another party fails to fulfill its obligation, what's going to happen? And then they will always talk about the IGR framework that we're well aware of. So for the document to be binding in effect, Chairperson, I think the document should have outlined that so that it talks to the issues. Then the other issue that I want to also talk about, whatever you put into place, you need to put some measurable targets, including the accountability mechanism, and then also to regularly evaluate all these things that you put in so that we make sure that there is delivery. Then otherwise it will become just a document that will be there, but you won't see action out of it. So those are some of the issues that one wants to critically raise coming to these issues. But nevertheless, having said that, Chair, I've got also issues that I want to also raise in relation to this issue of the Artist at School program. I know Honorable Mtete has already raised certain issues there, but the issue that one want to also got to understand there, it's in relation to this issue of the National School Art Championship program, which in terms of the presentation, it's only supporting two domains, which is the visual arts and the crafts, as well as performance and celebration. Maybe they should take us to confidence to share with us what was the reasoning behind only this choice. And then they must also share with us the impact which this has in relation to the other two domains, and how then are they going to also what is the attitude of the learners who also show inclination towards the other domains that are not also supported. So these are the issues that Chairperson for now, for the benefit of others, because I see a lot of hands. I'll pause, given another opportunity, then I'll raise other issues. Thanks for the indulgence, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mutambi. The Honorable Daniels.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister and both departments present. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be very short. First and foremostly, I just want clarity for my own understanding, because when I went through the document that was presented to us, I know that on the meeting that was held, the task team meeting in October 24, that there were various sports stakeholders present at the meeting. And some of you who know more than what I do, please balance me nicely and make me understand. I see present at the meeting with national federations, it does make sense to me. School sporting code structures, that also makes sense to me. SGBs, that do make sense. Teacher unions, I'm a bit off balance there. Because in my understanding, and I surely don't know everything, and I'm gonna get the answer here today, the learners there who will be impacted positively by this MOU do not belong to teacher unions. And I really don't understand what the purpose of their presence was or engagement in these type of things, because I know many times in other sectors what unions can do, and I just need to understand with this programs that's going to be implemented and the intention of the MOU, which is a very good memorandum in my understanding. I do not want the same things where unions want to come and dictate and prescribe what must happen, when I believe that there is no space for them in something like this. They can deal with the teachers and the principals to join their unions, but I don't understand what purpose they serve here. So I need clarity on that. And lastly, for now, I want to welcome the presentation. I firmly believe that the collaboration between the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the Department of Basic Education is a brilliant step. It's a much needed step. It's a much needed collaboration. And for all intents and purposes, I really hope and I pray that we will make this work for the benefit of our sporting loving nation and focusing on the grassroots levels, which is important for us. I want to know, it's all good to talk and say these are our plans, these are our intentions, but how are we going to develop a particular sport, or whether it's arts and culture, in a particular school in the absence of infrastructure? And why am I putting it in this fashion? I want to make reference to budgets. Having looked at the budgets, DBE's got their own budgets, DSAC has got their own budgets, and for the purposes of the MOU, we're really going to have to focus on injecting a lot of money to make this happen, because an artisan cannot apply it straight in the absence of his tools. The schools will not be able to effectively, they can employ people to come and do coaching and that, but we will need the infrastructure for them to be able to apply their skills and impart their knowledge to our learners. So money must be injected there. And I want to raise one particular concern that I have when I go across the country, various municipalities, and you look at the sporting infrastructure, you look at the vandalism, you look at all those things. And amongst many other municipalities or metros, I want to use Nelson Mandela Bay as an example. Brick by brick infrastructure is stolen at sporting fields. Vandalism is rife, and it's not exclusive to Nelson Mandela Bay, but for a metro, it's a shame to see that those infrastructures not being taken care of. So my point I want to land on is then, I want to strongly recommend that when money is being spent with this MOU, we must make sure that we rather invest more money in certain municipalities or metros where sporting facilities is in ruins because of the incompetencies of municipalities and metros to take care of such facilities, that we invest and rather upgrade and come up with new infrastructures in our schools. Because if you compare schools, look at former Model C schools compared to many other schools where we come from. There's no infrastructure, there's no sporting facilities, absolutely nothing. And the kids will just dream of being in a facility at a school institution with such great facilities. So we must invest more money in metros, not in the community and public spaces, but in the schools rather, to make our story work when it comes to this MOU. And that is really what I wanted to register. And I trust I was clear enough. Thank you so much for now.
Thank you, Honorable Marla Daniels. The Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Not sure if I'm audible.
You are, proceed.
Thank you very much. I just thought that for the purpose of the meeting, I must just show my video for a few minutes. Then I can jump off if you'd allow me, Chair.
It's fine. You're not at a by-election. I can see you are in this meeting.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, my name is Khaolatli. The surname is still Khabo. I'm a member of this committee deployed by the ANC. Chair, I must firstly start with a disclaimer so that people from the Department of Basic Education and Sports, Arts and Culture, they are at least having an understanding as to where I'm coming from in terms of my questions that I'll be posing. I think it's important for me to provide this overview so that they can make sense. It's a good program. I mean, it's a good presentation, but at the end of the day, it must be understood by everyone on the ground, including laymen and women on the street. They must be able to interpret this program and relate to it properly. And with that being said, Chair, I think it's always important to indicate that we, as members of Parliament, it's not all of us who are from urban areas. Some of us who are from the deep rural areas, who are from locations where we can realize whatever that is being presented before us, it does not relate with what we are interacting with on the ground. I must categorically state it clear in this meeting, Chairperson. Myself, like I said, I'm Khaolatli. I'm from Christiana, the dusty streets of Christiana, in the rural district of Dr. Ruth Sokhomotsi Mompati in the Northwest Province. So, Chairperson, why I stay in Christiana, in Utwana location precisely, Chairperson? There is only one high school. And in that high school, there is no sports facility. Specifically where I stay also, Chair, there is no library. For you to get the nearest library, you must walk at least 3 kilometers to Christiana town. And with that being said, Chairperson, we must indicate that when you speak of schools in sports and you want us to understand what is it that you seek to achieve, you must understand that we are coming from areas where there's no literally an infrastructure for you to achieve this program. But also, Chairperson, as part of the disclaimer, I must, I think, jump into this thing of school competition in Cape Town. Then we must get clarity in terms of the support that has been provided to provinces, including districts. Because I can tell you, I'm from Lekwatemane local municipality. I mean, a local municipality. One, we've got a child who also had to represent a school in Cape Town. The municipality could not provide any financial assistance. I mean, you know what is the financial position of most of the municipality, not to mention that they don't even have a budget set aside for sports development. Second to that, Chairperson, it must be mentioned in this meeting that even Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the local level, including the district, could not come into the party. And one of the arguments that they are raising is that there is no funds set aside, there is no budget set aside for assistance to be provided to these learners. So if I had to sit into this meeting and the department says that they are providing assistance to district and locals, it raises eyebrows and one would want to understand what informs it. And one of the issues that they've critically raised, Chairperson, not sure if you are aware, I think the department will have to provide us with that clarity. The process of any assistance has been centralized to the provincial government, meaning that in the Northwest Province, the Department of Arts and Culture handles everything. The local offices and district offices will only submit proposals. At the end of the day, it is based on the provincial government whether to approve it or not to approve it. So when you speak of assistance to local people and district, what are you referring to? Because these people in the Northwest, especially in the Dr. Sokhomotsi Mompati, you interact with the district director, will tell you that we don't have funds to provide the assistance. You engage with the local municipality, they'll tell you that there's no funds for assistance. So you want to get clarity. Chairperson, in terms of the implementation of this program, I would want to get clarity. Why is the role of learners not indicated? Yes, you engage your school governing bodies, you engage your teacher unions. Why are you not involving learners here? Those are the people who must receive and accept and champion this program. When you don't take them into consideration, what is the rationale? And at the same time, after explaining that, I would propose that we must include them. Chairperson, this program is a good program, but unfortunately, it has gathered dust over the years. And the reason why we will not want it to gather dust, you must have a clear implementation plan. That will also speak to those monitoring tools that we can use to assess as to whether the program is yielding results or not yielding results. I would like to check from the department, both departments, Chairperson, do they have an implementation plan of this project? And if so, do they also have an implementation plan for each and every province and district? Because as much as you can have a national footprint or a national plan, based on dynamics that are differing and arrangements of departments in certain provinces, you would have to develop a different plan on implementing this particular project in different provinces. So I'd like to check in terms of, do they have a plan to implement this project in provinces and in districts in line with their status at the level of provinces, Chairperson? The other issue is what we have raised, Chair, and I'm going to raise this issue again. So the department says that there's allocated money to provinces. I'm not sure if the department is in a position to tell us, for an example, I'll speak on the Northwest. Do they have an implementation plan on how the Northwest Provincial Government Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is going to spend the allocated money? How are we going to play our oversight as parliamentarians in making sure that this money is being channeled on relevant and the intended programs? How are we going to do that when they themselves have given provincial government more like a blank check? I know the minister, when we speak of a blank check, would always have issues. So I want to check as to whether we given provincial governments blank checks, because if we were to give them 2-3 million, we have seen in previous years that these people, we do not know firstly what is it that they are doing with this money. The other question that I wanted to bring to the attention in particular of the implementation of this project, Chairperson, you'd remember that in February 2025, the department, our portfolio committee, conducted an oversight in the Northwest Province. And one of the things that we dealt with, apart from assessing the state of infrastructure, not only in school, but across, that is dilapidated, and the department being unable to present if they've got any plans of reviving or refurbishing those infrastructures. And yet again, we are coming with a good program that must be implemented at schools. I want to check with the department, how is this program aligned to CACs? We have seen during our oversight interaction with the people, the role that CACs are playing. And if we want to implement this project at the level of schools, what then happens to these learners after school? Is it not a good idea that we align them with CACs as a way of nurturing this talent and making sure that we develop this talent in such a way that it does not only end up in the boundaries of a school? The other issue that I've wanted to check, Chairperson, during our interaction or our oversight, it was indicated that 20 million was set aside for the implementation of this project. Now, 20 million was only set aside because of it was a pilot project. That was February in 2025. We are coming here, the department is saying that they are ready to implement the project. I would like to understand from the department whether they've appointed the sports coordinators or create people in creative arts for all the schools in the country, like they are claiming that they are ready for the implementation of this project. But second to that, Chairperson, I would like to check with the department in relations to the implementation of this project. Now that they've said that it was only 20 million and it was because of it was a pilot project, how are they going to carry out the implementation of this project? Are they going to continuously work with the 3 companies that they had appointed on behalf of the department to facilitate the appointment process of these school coordinators, or are they going to take full responsibility of the process? But second to that, Chairperson, I fully agree. During our interaction, some teachers raised issues in relation to the implementation of this project, not them receiving the necessary support in terms of infrastructure, but secondly, in terms of training. The role of CATSETA in the training of these teachers who must implement this project. You know, this is one of the indicators, Chairperson, that proves that we are having good policies as government of the day. But the people who are expected to implement these policies, they seem not to be having an understanding as to what do we seek to achieve. Honorable Minister, the project of 350 is strategically aligned with what we seek to achieve here. If we unlock the grassroots development of sports and creative broadly, we'll then be having an assurance that in the next competition, we'll not only be submitting 350, we'll be submitting more than that, because we'll have put in systems in place from the level of grassroots level, of which it is schools, Chairperson. My last part in short, in terms of the implementation of this project, Chairperson, just a few questions. I would want to check with both the departments. The implementation of this project is rested on the two departments. They say that they've got a committee that oversees the implementation. I want to check with them. This is not a new thing. When last did this committee meet? Can they probably share the minutes of their last interaction, including the attendance register, so that we are also able to understand whether this program is it only being facilitated at a national level, and also give us an indication in terms of the implementation of this program at the level of provinces, whether provinces have met. Because I've interacted with the service point of the Guatemala Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I can assure you that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture at the local level, they seem not to be having an understanding of this program. In fact, largely they believe that this is a project or a program that must be implemented by provincial government. But we all know that is not possible. So how is the department overseeing the correct implementation of this program at the level of locals and district chairperson? My last two issues is on and around the appointment of these coordinators, but also Chairperson, the mentors that were to be appointed. Other honorable members have spoken about how we seem to be identifying or how we seem to be prioritizing sports over creative sector. And I'd like to check on that part, Chairperson. The process that has been identified in terms of these code mentors. And the department probably to clarify, how do they define, I will not say a veteran. Honorable Mteto says that he proposed that it must be called a veteran. But the department speaks of, I just forgot that wording that they used, Chairperson. But if you can remind me, but what I wanted to check with the department, what is their interpretation of that? Is it aligned to the age? Is it aligned to a particular achievement for you to be referred, either not as a veteran? I think Honorable Mteto was opposing that word.
Legends.
Legends, yes. How do you, in your interpretation as a department, how do you define a legend? Is it someone who must have been in sports or in the creative sector? Someone who has achieved a particular status? Or how do you interpret? Is it aligned to the age? Because we sometimes tend to exclude young people in the process of decision making in a form of, or with such wordings of legends, and we begin to exclude them basically because of age. Chairperson, I think for now, I would rather stop there. Others, I'll just submit them in writing. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. The Honorable Makhato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also thank you for the presentation. I think this presentation it doesn't look like the way we know it. I think the issue of the MOU must outline every document concerned the education side. So, and again, at the same time, I want to know the strategies used in the school to allocate the budget. They spoke about the budget, but we need the strategies used in the schools to allocate the budget. And I can also get your support to the learners. How can you clarify how are you assisting the learners on this issue? So, Chairperson, I think most of the things my colleagues did outline them. So those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makhato. The Honorable Kunu, then the Honorable Molatan. Honorable Kunu. Please unmute. Honorable Molatane, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, as well as the officials from the district. Chairperson, I think most of my issues, in fact, yes, Honorable Mthethwa has covered me, especially on the issue that I was thinking that we are going to cover arts and culture in our curriculum, but Honorable Mthethwa has already covered me. Secondly, based on the presentation that was made by Mr. Tebeya Khaye, he shows the schools that they funded where they funded the athletes. I'm getting a little bit worried because majority of those schools, they are schools in town. The schools that we usually call the Model C schools. I'm worried about the previously disadvantaged school, the school that are in location, Chairperson. It can be right because in location, we are still struggling with infrastructure. And if we don't assist those schools, we won't be able to have the athletes from the locals where we came from, Chair. Department need to do something regarding that. It can be right. Everything it's from your Model C schools, and the local schools. You don't see anything that is happening. So hopefully next time we'll see everything. It will cover 80%. That at least 70%. In fact, 40%. It must be the schools in location, the schools in rural areas, Chairperson. Because remember, the people from rural areas and location, they depend on this for development. Whereas the schools in town, we are paying, Chairperson. The schools in town, we are paying, we afford to pay for those things. So let this resources be spent where we know very well that it's the communities that are struggling. Chairperson, the other thing that I want to check with the department, how was this MOU initially drafted? How was this MOU initially drafted? Is it an in-house? Did they do it in-house, or did they find a certain a consultant to do that MOU? And in the process of drafting this MOU, did they involve the federations, Chair? Or did the federations get involved at the end of the drafting? Did they have any meeting with the federations during those process? Chairperson, if yes, how many meetings, and can the department submit the minutes to prove that? Because I know, Minister, please don't be angry with me. I heard rumors. Even yesterday, I was talking to one of the federation. They called me regarding this, saying that they were not involved during the drafting of the MOU. So I said, no, I will raise it, but now I just want the minutes. I think the minutes will be the one that will be assisting us in knowing if it is true or not, Chairperson. Lastly, Chairperson, the minister always talk about Project 350, which all of us, we want to support, we want to achieve it, Minister. But that Project 350, we can achieve it. I'm still saying it, we can achieve it, provided that we pay attention to those rural areas. I think in our last oversight in Northwest, on our way to this rural district that is called Ratlo. Ratlo, it's between South Africa, it's on the border of South Africa and Botswana. Passing to one of the areas where the department was going to show us the sports complex that they built. Yes, I was happy. And even the place where we are, it's a very rural area. But on our way there, we passed these learners who were busy playing cricket. They've made their own equipment. They've made their own oval of cricket. And when you check, you don't have any sports facility in that area. it was going to be that one that the department has just built. And that is where the majority of our future athletes, we are going to get them. But if we don't pay attention to assist those rural areas, those previously disadvantaged areas with that funding, and in also to assist them in finding the new athletes, it's not going to assist. It won't be assisting, because we don't want to find ourselves having that 350 projects where majority of the athletes, when we check, they are from the Model C school, and our area where I came from in Zamdela, you don't find any athletes there, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mkunu, are you still on?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You may proceed.
Okay. Some of the questions are already covered. I'm going to ask that's just few. The first question is, one of the priorities outlined in the MTSF 2025 to 2029 is the reduction of poverty. As such, the RTC in Schools program played an important role towards the outcomes of this priority. Explain to the committee how much the department allocated for stipends of each artist. Why has the program been discontinued for 2025-2026? The next question is, it is noted that the School Art Championship program supports only 2 domains, the visual arts and crafts, as well as performance and celebration. Explain the rationale for this choice. What impact does it have in relation to the domains? How are learners who show inclination towards other domains supported? And the last question is, the 2001 survey revealed that national symbols were not well known, and that schools programs was necessary to introduce and popularize national symbols among learners. Are there any concerns about the implementation of this program? Have you done an assessment since its first implementation? Has an impact study of the program been done? If so, what does it reveal? Outline the budget spending for this program. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mkunu. Honorable Nkosi.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to your good self, the members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the departments led by the Minister. Honorable Chair, let me take this opportunity to welcome the presentation made by the departments. I've got only 2 or 3 questions, but most of the questions were asked by my colleagues, are covered by my colleagues. Under stakeholder management and cooperation, Chair, it is said that the program depends largely on the smooth cooperation among stakeholders. However, other stakeholders have used the school sports program for their own agenda. So I just want to check with the department as to say, how are they intending to do that, to correct that? Because it cannot be correct that the stakeholders can just use this program for their own agenda in order to achieve what they want to achieve. I don't think that it's correct. So I just want to check as to what is it that they are intending to do in order to address that. The other one is the one that was raised by Honorable Mletsane with regards to the involvement of the drafting of the MOU. And my question is, my emphasis is that on the issue of the MOU that relates on the programs, as Honorable Mtetwa was said, I don't think that the MOU is covered. It's covering all the issues that my colleagues has just made. I think we need to make sure that we get the exact program. The signed MOU does not seem to break down who is accountable for what in operational terms. I don't know, maybe they can be in the position to tell us, because seemingly it is not clear who's accountable for what. So can we be taken into confidence as to who's accountable for this MOU or all the programs that I hear? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, honorable members, and thank you for the valid questions that has been asked. I'm going to ask the department to respond to all the members, to respond to all the questions of the members. It seems that we will still be enriched with our time, and maybe perhaps just mention the members' names so that I can go to my notes and see whether everything has been responded to. A few notes in terms of what members has mentioned. The MOU speaks about various areas that the department will collaborate. One of it is the indigenous games. And members raise the questions on assistance. If you go to George Packelsdorp, they do have indigenous games, Oudtshoorn and alike. And one cannot understand why is it that some of these elderly, particularly, still are most of the time in need for assistance when it comes to these indigenous games. There's also issue of what is called PE education, physical education. We didn't hear anything about it, and there's a huge lack. Various schools when it comes to physical educations doesn't speak to that, and the MOU speaks to this. This presentation does not speak to that. The MOU speaks to artisan schools program. It's in actual fact a downright shame that the artisan schools program has been taken away. Another issue of concern for me is the issue pertaining to what a member has mentioned on the nomination of members for the Oversight Committee. Would like to know that Honorable Daniels raised a very important issue pertaining to the facilities. There is an MOU. It's on page 15. It speaks to the issue of the parties will engage with the department. We don't hear anything that stems from the MOU, and this was my critical start of this meeting when it comes to the MOU. It also said parties shall adequately resource and sustain school sports and arts and culture programs. The MOU speaks about that. The presentations shares the contrary. I just make a note elsewhere of something else that I would like to mention. We all are aware about the personnel shortages of the department, and yet we are going to board another ship with another adventure. It does not speak to, especially with what Honorable, I think, Nkosi have said pertaining to capacity, whether there will be a capacity or whatever the case will be. Then I want to ask a question to DBE, but I can perhaps respond now, and then I will give to Honorable, my apologies, then I will give to Dr. Kumalo. DBE are you making any financial contributions to this integration with the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture, or is all of the money coming from the department, TBE? If so, can you declare the amount of budget that you are making available for this venture? Dr. Matanzima?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I must profusely apologize. The connectivity failed me earlier on, but I have a team which is also part of this meeting. Dr. Watson, together with other senior officials of the department, are on the forum. As I've indicated earlier on, we are also attending this meeting, plus the meeting of basic education, which is face-to-face. This is a good meeting, Chair. Let me start by saying that it's a very important meeting. My advice would be to see a wall-to-wall. Maybe in future, the Honorable Chair and Honorable members could consider bringing us into a face-to-face meeting, but also bring in provincial education departments and sports, arts and culture, because both functions are concurrent. For you to have a full view of the value chain of the delivery of the MOU, we've got to look at it from national, and I like what members have said, going down to provinces, districts, up to school level.
Mr. Matanzima, I appreciate your input, but I'm just asking, is DBE make any contribution?
I was going to do that.
Yeah,
I was going to do that, Honorable Chair.
Apologies. I just wanted to respond to that because I want to give opportunity that the members' questions must be answered before we end this meeting.
Yes, I was going to do that. We do make a contribution.
Yes.
Both
What is the amount?
From DBE, Dr. Watson will indicate the amount. The contribution is made at national and provincial level. And Dr. Watson will provide the exact figures in terms of that.
Thank
and
you.
I wanted also to go into questions that were asked.
Yeah, we will give an opportunity. TSEC has been presented most of the time. We will also give another opportunity to you. Dr. Watson, can you indicate to us the budget allocation into this, if I may call it a joint venture?
Thank you very much, Chair. In the slides presented to the Portfolio Committee today, DBE outlines the budget allocations for 2025.
Can you give the members the amount?
Yes, Department of Basic Education contributes 780,000 for this particular financial year.
You think that is enough?
It is what is allocated to us in our budget, sir.
No. Are we talking allocated from DBE National to
DBE National for DBE National's participation, and then each of our provinces, because we're a concurrent function, range between 16 million, 17 million, 4 million, 23 million, etc. The slide allocates per province what is contributed, because you see the money must be spent at provincial level close to where schools are. The allocation from national DBE is to ensure oversight of delivery.
Okay, thank you for that.
Chairperson, can we get clarity who is 11 and 5 on the platform? You had emphasized that people must identify themselves. I just see somebody responding is 11 and 05. Who's the person?
It's Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, can you proceed and give the numbers per? You see, thank you for that clarity, because I'm asking it because from the look of things, it seems to me that it was only money from TSEC. If we can get that, but as you have said, it has been now shown. I couldn't catch up that it indicated that it's DBE's contribution to the pot. So DBE has contributed for school sports 700,000. Am I correct?
That's the national department's contribution, and then each of the provinces make a contribution as well. The Eastern Cape is 16 million plus, Free State 6 million, Gauteng 17 million, KwaZulu-Natal 4 million plus, Limpopo 23 million, Mpumalanga 14 million plus, Northwest 12 million plus, Northern Cape 2 million plus. So what you're seeing there is the provinces allocate from their provincial allocations to the school sport and arts programming.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What is the criteria being used for the allocation? I'm asking, looking at the discrepancy of Northern Cape.
My first response to that, Chair, would be that each province has got competing priorities, and the allocations and the rationale for those allocations would benefit from our DG's request for us to bring our provincial counterparts into Portfolio Committee, both for DSAC and DBE, in order that we can account and be transparent based on the criteria of provinces. I would be out of line to say I have that information on me at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Members, I still see 3 hands. The question's been asked, which I like. Most of it stems from the MOU. Can we give the department, both departments, the opportunity to respond to those questions? And then I will give another bite to the honorable members. I saw Honorable Mtetwa still wanted to weigh in, Honorable Nkosi, and there was another, and it is down now. Dr. Khumalo, can we start with the questions from Honorable Mtetwa, following by Honorable Mutambi?
Person, thank you very much. I had thought you wanted to allow DG who also wanted to respond, but it's fine, Chair. We would go ahead.
Oh, no. Dr. Khumalo, you can designate anyone to respond in his or her particular field. Is the minister still in the meeting, or?
I was trying to check whether Minister is still here. I'm not sure, Chair.
Chairperson, his device is not in the meeting, Chair. He did indicate he's leaving at 10.
So we are dealing with the orphan children now. It's fine. Proceed, Dr. Khumalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I was saying if you could please allow DG Mweli just to come in. He had asked that he be allowed to respond to some of the questions. Then we will take batch by batch as a department through you,
No,
Chair.
we're gonna do it this way. Let's go to Honorable Mtetwa's questions. He spoke to the MOU intervention. He spoke to the artist, and he also spoke to the outcomes. And he also said, and that was my concern, that something has been mentioned about achievement sometime in July, and we only started this MOU in September. And then he asked a direct question to Mr. Is it Chijima or what? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, let us deal with Mr. Mtetwa, Honorable Mtetwa's questions. Mr. Ndima, if you could please go first, then Deboko, then I'll come in to cover the others.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ADG, and thank you very much, Chairperson. I will just be very direct to the question that has been asked by Honorable Mtetwa. He is saying, I approve the funding for SAMIC. Let me put it on record. I did not approve any funding for SAMIC. He also claims that I was aware of SAMIC having been blacklisted. Let me also put it on record. I'm not aware of that. So I would like to stop there because I think Mr. Mtetwa just zoomed into that question in as far as my area is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting DDG, Tebogo.
Thank you so much. Chair, I'll start with the first question of translating policies into practicality. Chair, in the development of that MOU, actually there was a year preceding the signing of the MOU. There was a school sport indaba that was held, which then identified clear actions that must be undertaken, which we had to develop. Central to that is what is going to be the plan going forward of implementing school sport policy. And then we developed a document we called the regular participation document. Within that document, there are various areas that covers setting up of structures, training of teachers, provision of equipment and attire, establishment of schools leagues at local level. And that's the document that is part of the practical operational plan that covers the implementation of school sport program. The second question is asking is that he thought will bring the MOU will bring the schools, the sport arts and cultural activities into the curriculum. As it stands, the curriculum covers the sports and cultural elements through a life orientation element. Within the life orientation, there's a learning outcome referred to as physical education. Within physical education, there's various components: physical activities, school sport, and physical education as a component. And so that's one part. However, the school sport component in particular is part of the activities we offer as an after-school and extramural activities within schools. And that's why we're bringing in that space the federation, because they are not part of the core curricular and school activities, but they do provide that additional support. And that's why we're taking the program of a school sport. Indeed, the issue of the involvement of KEPSITA is quite central. In fact, what we have done now with KEPSITA, in fact, in the process now, there are modules of KEPSITA that we are reviewing on the one side. But on the other hand, the current training allocation for school sport is meant exclusively for 3 types of training. One is generic training that KEPSITA is able to provide to sports federations, sports teachers, and coaches. 2 is what we call continuous professional development. This one KEPSITA cannot provide, but it may be provided by other agencies, particularly in areas of specific nature. For instance, in rehabilitation, in sports, in specific other type of training, which are not necessarily provided through KEPSITA, but maybe provided by other professional bodies. The third element is on code-specific training. This one it can get from KEPSITA as a accredited course, but federations are custodians of such of training. So we provide that 3 types of training within the program, and and we work hand in hand, not only with KEPSITA, but with other institutions, bodies that are accredited through KEPSITA. As far as the matter of the sports ambassadors is concerned, and the question around who gets involved and the criteria, this one we referred to because we had moved away from the term of legends, the term of retired professionals and so forth, but spoke necessarily around what is termed a sports ambassador. Now, ambassador within a program is an eminent person, and by criteria we say this is a person that has achieved the highest standards at both national and international level within the sporting code of their choice. And there are many of them. However, given the budgetary constraints, we just involved quite a few, and we are looking at increasing. And we don't do it alone. We work with federations to identify this eminent personnel that has achieved the highest accolades, be it in the administration, be it in the playing field as professionals in their own right in the sporting codes. Look, what we're mentioning, Honorable Mthethwa, in as far as the MOU is concerned, and where it said we only starting to mention achievements in June, I did indicate that the MOU that was renewed last year, September, has been we've been working on school sports program, not since last year, September. We started in 2011, we renewed in 2018, and again renewed last year. So when we talk of what we have done, and I've mentioned in each phase that there has been specific programs and targets that we are looking at from the first MOU into the second, coming into this one. In the second MOU, where we're looking at is to increase and elevate the level of competition. And I'm saying as a result of that, we started seeing the results in the latter end of implementing that MOU. That's why I'm saying the achievements. And hence we say...
Okay, just a second. Yeah. See, we are falling all into a trap now when we respond to members in this fashion. If we now say that the MOU was renewed, then you're tempting me to now ask questions about the terms of reference of the scope of renewal. And that's why I wanted us to deal with the September MOU that has been signed, because this is the 7th Parliament and its members, but that is new, that understand it in this fashion. That's why the question was, how do you report on achievements in July, and the MOU actually just came into effect in September? That was the question. I think that's fine. Let's go to the Honorable Mutambi's questions. The Honorable Mutambi has also way into the issue of the timelines. Can someone take us, Dr. Kumalo, through the timelines, the measurability thereof, the accountability thereof, and also what mechanisms are being used? The question asked, and she also spoke about the arts championships. Can we respond to those issues?
Oh, thank you, sir. Can you just allow us to finish responding to the questions from Honorable Mthethwa? For instance, Teboho, you did not speak to the issue of the sports ambassadors. That came as a question, but I also just want to come in terms of the legends. If through you, Chair, you could just speak to the criteria.
That's fine, Dr. Kumala, but I don't want two individuals to speak on the same issue. If someone mentioned it, it's not necessary for someone else again. But it's fine. Mr. Teboho, you can proceed then.
Yeah, no, I was explaining earlier that the program of the sports ambassadors and the criteria of identifying the ambassadors, I did explain that it's looking at the eminent people that have achieved the highest accolades in their sporting code at the national and international level. And it covers both your administrators and the professional players who have since now retired, but still make a contribution into society in their sporting codes. And the program is intended to contribute directly into empowering the young people in school sport to look up to them and serve as role models for both coaches and players within the program. And they do deliver and implement specific program also within their communities with schools and learners coming from those schools.
Thank you, Mr. Teboho.
Now, further, we also just want to indicate before we go to Honorable Mutambi's question, Honorable Tetwa, with the legends, the arts and culture legends, the framework is not as well defined as the sports ambassadors, and we need to admit that. At this point in time, it is based on age, which is from 70 upwards, and also it is based on looking at the level at which the person or the creative achieved at both the national and international levels. These particular arts and culture living legends are not particularly involved in any of the sports programs, or schools programs that we're doing. But also just to further add, as I conclude on the questions from Honorable Mtetwa, that in addition to what Mtebogo said with regard to the cat sitter, I also want to indicate that subsequent to the signing of the MOU between the two departments, engagements with cat sitter were intensified to the level of which there was a signing of the MOU between cat sitter and the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in March 2025. Further, there were engagements that started with the MICT sitter by virtue of the work they do in the space of film and electronic media. Those at this point have not translated to any tangibles at this point in time, but they have been initiated. With the questions from Honorable Mutambi, yes, I do take note, Honorable Mutambi, the emphasis on a need to translate the implementation protocol into the operational plans that have got clear timelines. I think for me, it is important, as also DG Mweli was saying, that from what the honorable members are saying, 9 months after the signing of the MOU, we are able to use these inputs to further and refine and enhance on how we are implementing. Honorable Mtambi also spoke to the clause on the dispute resolution and how it is enforced. Indeed, it takes, while it looks at the different levels that the dispute resolution needs to go, it also then takes the final escalation to the level of both as executive authorities of the two departments. I believe that is how it is structured. However, I noted your input in terms of how we can enhance the area of how we deal with issues of dispute. In as far as how we were dealing with it at this point, both myself and DG Mweli were intervening as and when matters were being brought to our attention by the technical teams. The issue of the artists in schools was raised by yourself also, Chairperson, and also several other members. Honorable Mutambi also raised it. We do acknowledge, Chairperson, the importance of this particular program. It has been over a decade, I think over close to 2 decades, if I'm not mistaken, that this department has been implementing this program. However, while I cannot talk about what is happening in the other years, however, what we have realized, Chair, especially in the last 3 years, is that there are a lot of questions around the compliance of these implementing agents that are identified by the provinces. Because we did rounds about 2 years ago to all the provinces, meeting with the HODs, where we were addressing these specific concerns around implementation. In the 23-24 financial year, for instance, Chairperson, if I can cite as an example, 4 provinces failed to account in terms of the provision of adequate evidence. So we needed to look broadly at the value of the program, which indeed we agree there is a value. However, in terms of how it is implemented, there was a lot of questions around the issues of compliances. which 24-25, again, two provinces actually had the same problem. To such an extent that, Chairperson, if you look at our annual report or annual performance report, you might have noted that one province had actually to drop out, Northern Cape had to drop out of this program. So we felt that there was a need to take a step back and look at the evaluation and do an impact analysis. For instance, Honorable Mthethwa and other members were raising issues of the outcome and impact, etc. The review of the program 25-26 is basically informed by the trend we have picked up over the years of non-compliance in terms of implementing agents and them not being able to give us POEs that are in full compliance. Now, the National School Arts Championship, Honorable Member Mthambi was asking a question, and I think it was asked by another member later on the issue of the two domains. Indeed, the two domains are in the area of spoken word, which is poetry, stand-up comedy, and BEE, spelling B, I think they call it spelling bee, and the area of visual art, which covers poster design, visual art in the area of art and mural art. How we actually faced and approached this particular one, Chairperson, was to identify those particular genres or disciplines where the learners are able to participate as individuals. So if you look at it, it's mostly where they are participating as an individual instead of group. Because the Department of Basic Education, for instance, the choral music, the estate vote that we are talking about, they do have these other programs where there is group participation. And the intention, Chairperson, is not to stop with the two cultural domains. There are six cultural domains in the space of cultural and creative industry. But as we broaden it, for a start, we wanted to focus on what is we can be able to properly monitor at inception and be able to then grow. Obviously, the intention is then to enhance and grow into the other spaces or the other domains. I just covered, Chairperson, the questions from Honorable Muthambi. They were mostly generic questions and the questions that were focusing on the ACPD space. Through you, I would like to then move to the questions that came from the other members. The next one being Honorable Daniels.
Dr. Malo, before we leave, I just want to go one step back in terms of the issue pertaining to what is it called, the allocation that the department is contributing. If that is possible, that I would like to put a recommendation that must give a breakdown on those provinces on the previous issue and on the issues of Honorable Mthambi. If I may also ask, would you be fine with the recommendations that we develop timelines and smart, measurable, and accountabilities on KPIs on this particular issue? Then you've raised an issue that is very close to Honorable Mthethwa and Honorable Kobani, and even one of our researchers is very close to its heart when it comes to this, Lindy. But on the issue of non-compliance, and I'm reading a personnel problem here. What is the department doing when it comes to, conducting an assessment to identify and address these gaps? So we have to revive that. We've seen talent during our oversight, and we just cannot say and accept it to transfer monies to another project, and while there are in this particular domain, there are sound interests, and I think we need to establish that kind of partnership with the schools and to see how best we can implement even if it's a workshop to help the schools when it comes to that particular issue. And I think you have sensed the committee's feeling about that. Thanks, Dr. Kumalo. You can proceed to the next one. I think it was Honorable Daniels that spoke to the stakeholders.
And the recommendations that you are summarizing are taken note of, Chair. Honorable Daniel's question around teacher unions and the absence of sport infrastructure. Again, Acting DDG Deboho, do you want to come in?
Well, thank you so much.
Okay.
The school sport program is run through an extended joint national task team. Now, that joint national task team, and also there's a platform we refer to as a joint national task team. So the joint national task team is the 2 national departments and 9 provincial departments. These are just government officials. And the extended one has got the 2 national departments, the 9 provincial departments, the sports federations, the teachers' unions, SASCOC, including the parent bodies who are members of this monitoring oversight. And this meets on a quarterly basis. The 2 structures meet on a quarterly basis. And where possible, if there's specific meetings to address a specific matters, say for instance, preparation of the championships, there's an extension of a local organizing committee that comprises also of this particular members of some members of these structures. So they meet on a quarterly basis to monitor the implementation of these MOUs, but also to look and look at plans that needs to be implemented in future and where changes needs to be made. All the structures are involved in that particular process. And it goes to say as well that even at the time when we have to when we were reviewing the MOU, that whole platform was forever involved in the inputs and the restructuring and development of the MOU that we have seen there. They've had joint meetings and separate meetings as stakeholders on their own, and their inputs were received and they were also factored into what is the final product of the MOU. I think that there's a question also from Honorable Malon around
yes, the issue around the unions,
infrastructure in schools.
Around the unions would play a critical role. I think Honorable Marlins used the word balance me on this stakeholders. He wanted to know whether it's possible to provide minutes and attendance list there as well. Is that possible?
Yes, highly so. Yes, we'll make available those.
Then can we go to the unions and then the infrastructure?
Okay.
So can I chip in on the issue of the minutes?
Yes, you
may. Not
may.
only the minutes or the latest minutes of the meeting that they held. Let's get the minutes also of the meeting, the first meeting that they held after the signing of the MOU. So we can be able to check whether they've been consistent with their meetings. And that will also explain the issue of why it has taken 10 months to start implementing the MOU. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mtetwa, the infrastructure, the teachers union, the unions.
Okay. So in as far as the teachers union involvement is concerned, what we always advocate for is teachers unions are a core stakeholder in as far as the implementation of the program is concerned, especially both the sport, the arts and cultural program, in a sense that these activities take place in schools. And in schools, it is teachers that are present, that are really working with the teachers, with the learners, and guide them in as far as their programs is concerned. So as far as the union work is concerned, they are a representative of that stakeholders, and it's various teachers unions And all those various teachers' unions are informed and are invited to these meetings on regular basis. And the invitation is issued through the Department of Basic Education to ensure that the stakeholders representing teachers' unions and SGBs do form part of our discussions and deliberations in meetings. As far as
Honorable Daniel Marlins and another member also asked, was the students represented on these forums?
No, we have never had learners representative councils represented in the extended entities.
Thank you.
As far as the infrastructure in schools is concerned, I think this one I did highlight in the final part of my presentation that this remains one of the most challenging elements of implementing the program, because without adequate infrastructure, especially in rural areas, many schools fall by the wayside in terms of participation. And it is for that reason that we have sought an intervention through the MIG program to start advocating for the use of MIG to build infrastructure in schools on the one hand, but also ensure that the norms and standards as contained in the DBE's norms and standards on schools are also adhered to, especially when it comes to building new infrastructure or building new schools, that they adhere to a minimum of provision of 2 facilities or provision of facilities that accommodate 2 sporting codes. So those are the things that currently we're doing, including also building the multi-purpose directly by the department into schools. So most of the multi-combi courts are being built into schools, the recent ones.
Can I just say something there? I want to give it to members, residing in the Eastern Cape. There is this, I don't know how to or what to call it. There is this 8 million rand for building of a stadium all over the show in the whole of the rest of the country. There are 2 issues. There are 2 issues in the Eastern Cape. 8 million rand, no development. I don't know what is it all about and why is it only 8 million rand. But these issues I will give to members from the Eastern Cape to address them. Perhaps this can be through our assistance on what is transpiring in the Eastern Cape with this 8 million rand, and all that you see is just grass. And maybe we must address that. The issue of vandalism that Honorable Daniels mentioned.
Okay, correct. That's why you see that most of the facilities that we have now started building, and I'm saying when I say now, is since we started having an influence in how the MIG is being used, 2018, 2016 coming this way, that 90 to 95% of those projects that we have started and completed them and handed them over. Now, it's only recently that we've started saying the part of the allocation of infrastructure projects that goes to municipalities through MIG, we need to ring-fence the certain percentage to accommodate the maintenance. Now, surely once an asset moves from what is a national asset to handing over to a local municipality, we are really translating not only the asset, but also the responsibility of that asset to the municipality. And in doing so, we bring it closer to the stakeholders and the users, including municipality, to be able to take care of that facility. Now, it is a sore story in some instances where we see facilities that have just recently been completed are being vandalized by communities. And it is precisely because of the lack of support and provision of security and safety at those particular municipalities. So that responsibility ceases to be that of the department the minute that asset is transferred to a local municipality. It becomes a municipal asset. And so there was a question as well that we should look at certain municipalities especially Honorable Daniels is recommending metros for us to be able to focus the building of infrastructure development. I think if you are to do that, it will be a serious injustice. In fact, metros don't even depend on the MIG for construction. Metros have got what is a separate funding for urban settlement development grants. So MIG is solely for local municipalities. And so we've got to continue spending that money in small municipalities, in rural municipalities, to ensure that we create accessible opportunities to participate in sport. And it can be done through sports facilities and provision of adequate equipment for communities in those municipalities.
Thank you, Debola. Thank you for that. I think the debate goes very wider than that, taking various issues as migration also in consideration, but we need it in the most needed rural areas. Can we go to Honorable Makato? I have two very serious questions. Was the roles and responsibilities, if we can perhaps be provided with such a list. And she also asked a very pertinent question on the strategies used to allocate a budget.
Is it still on school sport generally or for the MOU?
Yes, I think it's MOU. Strategies.
Okay. Look, Chair and honorable members, the school sport program in particular within the MOU allocates funds through the conditional grant. And I indicated that part of that 626, 40% of it, which amounts to 250 million, is the allocation that goes to school sport in particular. And it's addressing seven outcomes, which are part of our KPIs. One, it is learners' participation at national championships. Two, it is local and district leagues supported or programs, school sport programs supported at local and the provision of equipment to schools and also program ambassadors as mentioned, and also provincial programs. When we talk provincial programs, it might include provincial championships, provincial eliminations, provincial trials that learners and schools must be able to be participating into. So that's what that 250 million does through the Department of Sport and in partnership, obviously, with our colleagues in the Department of Basic Education. And when it comes to then the strategies to allocate the budget to schools in particular, Chair, as a Department of Sport, until the new MOU, we've never had a direct allocation or direct assistance to schools because we had demarcation of responsibilities. So previously, Department of Basic Education will take care of the schools, the second level, up to cluster level activities, and directly would have to support them. So after evaluating all of this, we saw a number of gaps, which we said we need to trickle down our support to even affect directly the schools, to touch the teachers through the training, to touch a school through provision of equipment and attire, but also importantly, to increase the opportunity of the school to be able to participate in organized sport and recreation through the establishment of local leagues. So that allocation that you see that we have reviewed, which is a new way of us then intervening directly in schools and school sport, is precisely to ensure that the schools have regular daily or weekly activities at a local level. So the strategy is to ensure that the school that wishes to participate in a school sport program is not limited from participating because of exclusion of funds, but we make provision of funds available at a local level through the established leagues that that school can register and participate in those leagues. And that's why we need federations strongly, because the leagues are run by federations. And that also allows us for a seamless transition from a school participation to after school into the mainstream of sport participation in the country. And that whole program is starting as a result of this new MOU, because that thing never existed before. So we are then making impact in that space. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Tabaho. We have a very long list of questions from the Honorable Khabo, and with particular references to the facilities in Christiana and support on provinces, the blank check. And perhaps we can revisit the role of learners in all of this, because at the end of the day, they also have a representative. He also spoke about the implementation plan, blank check, and how the alignment of CACs, the 20 million set aside, I think that has been addressed, and share the minutes that has been addressed, oversight by the department, appointment of mentors, and he also spoke about the issue of the legends. Department Sports, Arts and Culture.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks. I think Honorable Khabo is spot on, and maybe also to start saying that because we're starting with the local leagues, and we're saying we are starting because these leagues have never been there. Where they are, it was only in pockets of communities. So we want to have a rollout, a mass rollout. So it is possible that in some communities, you will not have seen these leagues being rolled out. So we want to concede to that, because the situation that we have assessed also has shown that there has been little to no progress in some of these instances where these leaks would have been. So we acknowledge that part, and hence we have made an allocation to address that specific part. The issue of facilities, I think we have, and maybe I must qualify this by saying the department in its current budget structure has no capital infrastructure allocation for building infrastructure. We depend on that one of COCTA, which is the MIG and the USDG. So only then can we make that. But importantly about this discussion is to note that at the present moment, we still have an issue to resolve with COCTA to ensure that that money can also be allowed to build infrastructure in schools. Because at the present moment, we can't. The only reliance we have on infrastructure in schools to be developed is through the norms and standards provision of basic education. That's when we can have infrastructure in schools being constructed. And where we are making a dent is when we build the combi courts in schools through the allocation. But that's just one provision of that. It doesn't build stadiums, it doesn't build grounds for football, grandstands, and so forth. It's just a combi court to just allow. There's specific questions around municipalities that could not support. Honorable Khabo and honorable members, the grant is a division of revenue that is shared to provinces. And part of that allocation of 250 goes to province, and I dare say even to Northwest. Apply different ways of allocation. The budgeted provincial office, district offices, and that includes Northwest, have got district offices with officials of school sport who are communities in their districts for schools to access that budget. What I would encourage is it's for those communities in those schools to consistently and continuously approach the district office, including provincial offices, to seek that particular direct support. Because on the one hand, we do expect for provinces to engage their stakeholders at both local, district, and provincial levels and indicate the provincial plans around implementing school sport and how is it going to be allocated and divided. And those meetings do take place as and when. Sometimes we are able as National Department to go attend those meetings with the provinces when they meet their stakeholders. But majority of the time, we are not there, obviously because of capacity constraints and other matters that we need to be following up. But we rely on provincial reports and engagements on quarterly basis to get feedback on what is to be there. Indeed, as I indicated, to date, we have not had the participation of learners and learner representative councils in our meeting and plans. Perhaps it's something that we need to consider. I think we're going to need it, especially if we are to work directly with the schools through the federations, and we're going to need the representation of the beneficiaries of the program so that we are also able to take cognizance of the needs that they are referring to. The part of training, whether we are training teachers, I've indicated that there's 3 levels of training that we are providing: generic, code-specific, and continuous development for teachers in particular. Across all our program, I think school sport being the largest recipient of the conditional also trains more teachers than all our other programs. I just don't have the specific at the present moment, but we can share that with the members, just so members can appreciate and see the type of training that is being provided at provincial level by provinces to support the school sport program across the 3 types of training that we are having. I think the issue of the sports ambassadors, I've explained in broad terms. In fact, we have even gone further to say each province will need to also ensure that within their ranks, within their boundaries, they also identify the ambassadors that they can work with in order to implement the school sport program, so that the opportunity is also extended to honor and work with those that are there. I must also raise a concern, colleagues, Chairperson, that sometimes the intention of the program is not necessarily to compensate necessarily the ambassadors, but it's also to enrich the programs that bring adequate support, and we also will rely on their mentorship.
Dr. Kumalo, I see the Boko is off. I thought for once it is my gadget. It seems that we have very serious signal issues. Can someone take forward? But perhaps if you're going to take over, Dr. Kumalo, we explained their role, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture's role. He clarified that, but I just wonder, it's not the first time we are in meetings of this nature, and Honorable Khabo is mentioning the issue and the problems that we have in Christiana. And perhaps, I don't know to what extent can we and how can we have collaborations to improve the facilities there and address it in that particular area, because not close, far from him, we attended an oversight where there are facilities. Dr. Kumalo?
Thank you, Chair. I was also just wondering whether it's my network, but I think, Teboho, if you can just change or move so other questions to respond to. I think the point is not being made for the first time, again, Chairperson, around the issue of the infrastructure generally, not just the sport infrastructure, but also community-based infrastructure. And you would recall, Chair, in our meeting where we had a discussion, this discussion where COGTA was present, there were specific recommendations that were made. Also, the DG COGTA was explaining to us some options that we have as a department that we could utilize to intervene. I think, Chairperson, even though I'm not ready to provide a response of where we are at this point, it's a matter that we still need to come back to you so that we give indication of how far we have gone in dealing holistically with those specific matters. Perhaps, Chair, if you allow me, I also wanted, while Teboho takes a drink or water, Chair, not a drink, as in and also changes connection. I also wanted there was a question from Honorable Khabo on the alignment with the CACs. And I just wanted to come also in there that I think indeed, Honorable Khabo, if you look at this particular program, the arts and culture program, because that is where CACs come in terms of whether there's a clear alignment, the answer would be a clear no. There isn't a clear alignment. However, there are programs that the department runs within the community arts center environment. In fact, what is contained in our APP as in terms of included in the KPIs, focusing on the community arts centers is the program where we are funding community arts centers through provinces again, because that is how we opted to work when it comes to community arts centers, to use the provinces in identifying those community arts centers, but also assisting us in the M&E of the programs in the community arts centers. Your question, Honorable Khabe, was very clear to say what happens after school. And I think for me, that is the kind of an enrichment that I was saying. I'm picking up from some of the comments that the members were saying in terms of how do we then align this program that we do in school and the one we do in community arts centers. I also wanted to just indicate, and I'm not sure whether I was misunderstanding the question from Honorable Khabo when he spoke about a project that we said we were piloting. I'm not 100% sure whether he was where we had allocated also, I think, 20 million. I'm not sure 100% sure whether you were making reference to the Young Creatives program, which continues. That program still continues. And those young creatives, the number has now grown to 300. It's there also in the APP, are also placed in community arts centers. So I was just bringing in that aspect because you spoke to the issue of community arts centers, but I think the crust of your question also talks to continuity, talks to the issue of alignment, which I'm taking as a point. With that, I'm not sure, Teboho, whether you were done with responding to questions from Honorable Khabo, whether we can move to questions from Honorable Moletsane.
I think we can move to Honorable Moletsane. Most of the questions, if not all, has been dealt with. Okay. Honorable Moletsane also was the same. It spoke to infrastructure, federations involvements, I think also minutes and stuff.
No, thank you. Teboho, please come in because I also wanted you to address the question on how the involvement of federations in the drafting of the MOU and how it was drafted, whether by consultant. This matter does predate me, but my understanding is that the MOU wasn't drafted by consultants, but I stand to be corrected, Teboho. My understanding was that the MOU was through internal contribution of both the department and also the Department Arts and Culture and the Sport Arts and Culture and the Department of DPE. However, with the coming in of the 7 administration, there were specific areas where the executive authorities wanted us to strengthen. That is why if you look at page 5 and page 6 of the MOU, you will note that, Chairperson, the MOU builds on the existing programs. I think about 23 that are highlighted in those pages, where it was recognizing that there are these existing programs and says it then wants to build structures and ensure clearer monitoring and apportioning responsibility to the department and to Sport Arts and Culture and DPE in as far as that. But Tebogo, I'm sure you would want to come in also on at this point.
Yes, no, thank you so much. Chair, I think one thing, and thanks to the questions of Honorable Molozane, the one part about the participation of former Model C schools vis-a-vis local schools, I want to emphasize and stress emphatically that the program is more biased towards what I would call quintile 1, 2, and 3 schools. And all the schools are no-fee paying schools. You find them in townships, in rural communities, in farms, and etc. So that's the biasness of the program. But we must also acknowledge the fact that the school system is one system, and opportunities of play. Yes, biasness towards rural areas, but we've also got to create a balance so that we get the best out of the best talent available within the school system. And that's why you'll see that 70 to 80% of our program biased towards quintile 1, 2, 3, and quintile 4 and 5 then complements the remainder of the program. There are 24,000 schools in the country. And so we've got to ensure that we create competitions that covers all, so that we eliminate silos, parallel programs, and parallel structures. Because if we are to do that selective development, it will create that system that has silo development and not an integrated approach to development. And so, yes, you'll see that in some instances, learners that emerge will come from Kuro, but also there are those learners that are coming from townships that have made it, and the list we've shared here with the members. The approach to develop the MOU or draft the MOU, yes, we internally developed the MOU, and it took almost a year for us to receive and start inputs. It's a process that we started in January, February 2022, and it culminated sometime there in June 2023, when we were supposed to held that in Daba, which we held in 2023, September. And during that process, it was a wide range consultation, which included all sports federations, teachers, and everyone else that had interest in school sport, and to share their ideas and inputs into the MOU. So we didn't outsource the services. And yes, that's what I'm saying about consultations that we undertook in as far as that is concerned.
Yeah, can we flag the responses for a moment? We will definitely, I almost wanted to say, circle back to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Let's hear from DBE, the challenges, implementation, and their response on some of the issues, and perhaps also speak to us on the implementation. Mr. Ntanzima?
Chair, please may I invite Mr. Mabena to speak to your question, as he will be able to do so articulately.
Please do.
Over to you, Mr. Mabena.
May I kindly request that the Honourable Chair repeat the questions again, please?
I said we will circle back to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We wish to hear from the Department of Basic Education insofar the implementation of these programs are concerned? What are your problems? What are your concerns? Are you satisfied with the structure and the implementation thereof? And are you satisfied so far for this year with the outcome?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and a good day to the honourable members, as well as the Minister and the DG and colleagues, all the DDGs. I think I need to articulate this, Honourable Chair, that we have seen a tremendous growth in terms of our implementation with regards to promoting mass participation in our schools. Since the inception or the core-created regular participation guideline, which really articulates and really highlights how best to make sure that our schools do participate in the program. And I need to say, Chair, that we have really received positive response from our schools, in a sense that all the provinces are actually now having magnificent Wednesday. Some would do it on a Friday in promotion of mass participation. And the status in terms of the implementation protocol has then promoted the essence of us making sure that each and every school, at least they participate in 2 different sporting codes. I think the challenge for us mostly, Chair, would be to work together with stakeholders, federations, but I think I would really say that we are really moving swiftly forward, and there is great progress in our space as DBE and DSEC. I think I can submit that one, Chair. Thank you very much.
Mr. Matanzima?
Thanks very much, Chair.
Mr. Matanzima,
may I come in, Chair?
Yes, you may, but I want to give Mr. Matanzima also an opportunity. He said that he would want to respond. But you may, Dr. Watson.
Thank you very much. I would like to just endorse the importance of our regular participation guidelines, because these guidelines make it very explicit in terms of what every school must be doing to ensure that children play. And I think that the commitment of the Portfolio Committee is to ensure that all children participate. And those guidelines make it very clear they've been co-created with our people on the ground, so everybody knows what they should be doing to ensure the children are playing. And we will continue year in and year out to ensure that these are known and that people use them to strengthen our schools as access points for sports, arts and culture. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Watson, who in the past, have direct oversight over what is happening in the schools and with the monies allocated from DBE national to schools and provinces?
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll hand that question to Mr. Mabena, and if he likes, he can also include Mr. Bongani Zondi, because we're on the ground and they'll be able to give you a nuanced response. Can I hand first to our director, Mr. Mabena, and then to Mr. Zondi? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chief Director, on that one. Maybe let me allow Mr. Zondi to come in first, so that I can maybe conclude after him. Mr. Zondi?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, honorable members, Chairperson, as well as both DGs. That role in terms of monitoring programs within the schools has been done through the Provincial Departments of Education, that is the sections responsible for school sport. And on a quarterly basis, before we get into the meeting that was indicated by Mr. Tebehai, we also always have a meeting on a quarterly basis where provinces provide the reports in terms of the implementation of the programs within the districts and schools. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And the members of the provincial legislature have an oversight from their side?
Yeah, I think they do also, because even in social media, I always see the provincial legislatures having oversight in terms of the programs that are implemented by the Department of Basic Education. Thanks, Chair.
Who is the next person who's going to respond?
Mr. Mabena, would you like to comment what Mr. Zondi has said?
No, thank you very much, CD. I think we are covered with what Mr. Zondi has put on the table for the committee. Thank you.
Is there any other thing from your side that you would like to respond from the side of the Department of Basic Education?
Thank you, Chair. We are covered.
Thank you, Department Sports, Arts and Culture. Let's move to the Honorable Mkunu and as well as Nkosi's questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ndima will come in on the national symbols question from Honorable Mkunu, and I would like Mr. Mlelegi to come in on the question of stipends in artists in schools. I have responded to why it has been discontinued, Chair, the artists schools. But Mr. Ndima.
Thank you very much, ADG, and thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, I would like our State Herald, Mr. Temba Mabaso, to address the matter that was raised by Honorable Mkunu. Thank you.
Thank you. Good day, Chair and honorable members and colleagues. The question that was raised was on the national symbols. It was about the impact study, whether we've done it. But before I start, just to reinstate that in the year 2001, we did a study to gauge the levels of recognitions of national symbols. And this study or survey concluded that at that particular time, the recognition levels were very low. And therefore, they also recommended, there was a recommendation section where they recommended that the department must explore the popularization of national symbols across all sectors of the community. But they even cited that the education sector is very important as it is a captured audience. From then onward, we started with the popularization of national symbols. Firstly, we did publications that are easy to read, that are very informative. They were in different levels because we're targeting the general public as well as schools. We were working with the Department of Education even by then, and we did posters, CDs for Anthem, and we distributed these. We also undertook workshops with teachers and with a number of structures within the provinces, as well as for the general public. We also installed flags in schools because we felt that because the national symbols got into the curriculum, we felt we need to support the curriculum by having the flags in schools as a way of expressing your identity, but also giving an opportunity for people to understand the etiquette around the national flag. We had a number of other activities since then, and the question is, have we gone back to look at how this particular executed project is bearing any fruits? The answer is that we have not yet done any formal survey to gauge whether our project has been very successful. But what I can say anecdotally is that since then, the national symbols, especially the flag, has been utilized widely because we also took advantage of events that were happening in South Africa. To cite one, the 2010 FIFA World Cup Soccer Spectacular, we also utilized it to popularize the flag. And since then, as you can see in our stadiums, you see people now, we used to provide people, but most people now are buying flags for themselves and waving them in the stadium. When it's come to the anthem, you've noted that the affinity that people have with the anthem has grown since then. But for now, it doesn't answer the question of the honorable member. I would just say that maybe it's an opportune time that maybe we have to explore that so that we can have a very scientific response to this question. For now, my answer is very anecdotal. The second question was to find out if there are any issues that we have, the concerns that we have with the project. Of course, there will be some that are very operational, but one that I would like to highlight in this time is that the flag, though we've put a lot of flags in schools, more than 25,000 since 2007. One of the key issues that we have, because when we did, then we installed a flag pole and a flag, which is an infrastructure, the flag pole, which lasts longer because it's aluminum. But the challenge is that the flag cloth does not last long based on the material that we use. There is, even throughout the world, flags do not stay longer. In South Africa, mostly it will last about two years to 2.5, depending on each province. In some provinces, it can stay up to 3 years to 4, depending on how the school is taking care of the flag. For example, if they raise it in the morning and take it down in the afternoon and keep it away, it does protect the flag. We've got challenges with elements, the sun, the rain, the wind. In those windy cities, like in the East London area and also in the Western Cape, flags usually get torn by the strong wind. And therefore, no matter how much they try, the duration of the lifespan of the flag is always impacted by these elements. And therefore, this is our concern. Whilst we as a department have tried to replenish flags, because we wouldn't like to see schools flying the flags that are torn or tattered, our effort is impactful, but I think we need to do more. This is a concern that maybe I'll share with my colleagues in the Department of Basic Education, so that we can find another lasting solution to how we can also expedite the replenishing of the flags that have been torn down. One last question was to check how much, the approximate of how much we've spent since the inception of the project. I think I'll say, since the inception of the project, we have utilized close to 75 to 80 million rands on that. And the bulk of it was when we were installing the flags. And we've done it, and I think the largest number of flags that we installed was in 2015, 2016 period that we did that. Therefore, my estimation would be about 80 million. This includes the pulverization of the flag, the reprinting of the publications, the distribution, and so on. For now, per year, our budget, we are spending close to 1.6 doing the activations and also promoting the flags through publications. I think I'll stop there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Themba. Mr. Mleleke.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Muleleki Ledimu. I'm a Director for Youth Arts and Youth Development. The question about the stipends that the artists were paid, they each will receive 4,500 rands per month as a stipend that was used across all the provinces. Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
Anything further?
The questions from Honorable Nkosi is where we're moving now.
Yes, please proceed.
Before I allow Tebogo to come in on the issue of the stakeholder exploitation, as raised by Honorable Nkosi of the sports program, I want to just take note of what Honorable Member Nkosi raised on the areas covered by the memo. By the MOU, that we need to look closely at those areas and provide a breakdown on who's accountable. I think she was emphasizing also on the issue of accountability, linking it to the program, because what you would see is that the MOU talks about the role of DBE, role of DSEC, and then talks about shared responsibilities. But I think the point Honorable Member is raising is then attaching it to each of the interventions. However, Chair, I also want to use this opportunity before Tebogo speaks to the stakeholder exploitation. You raised an issue also in terms of where do we see this in the APP, where are the KPIs? Amongst those 25 KPIs that we have for 25-26, 8 of them, Chair, are actually from this particular presentation. 2 ACPD, which is 3.5 and 3.4, 3 of them are DSP 2.4, 2.5, and 2.6, and then HPP is 4.1, 4.2, and 4.5. So as we report to you on quarterly basis, Chair, we should also be able to draw from the APP and draw from this MOU implementation protocol that we were talking about. Tebogo?
Before Tebogo, I like what you said, Dr. Khumalo, but you know, we have to get a buy-in from both departments. And I can tell you, I have learned throughout time that there is problems when it comes to a particular domain. Let me make an example. DSEC will have responsibilities, as Honorable Nkosi has now asked about the responsibilities. In a year or two, or less than a year, we will have the World Cup, Cricket World Cup. Whose role is that? My inny winny little plate says to me, it's DSEC's role, right? So now we will need access to those schools to go and run particular programs linked to the World Cup. DSEC will be responsible for that. Now, my concern is there were in the past numerous resistance from DBE in various provinces. I can tell you because I also serve in the provincial legislature in the Northwest. Now, we actually want a commitment from DBE here today to say, will you support these programs that have to be implemented by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture? Because we are also sitting here with 2 budgets. We're sitting with the budget of Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We're sitting with the budget, and I'm actually so sorry to hear that, and I think the word was used, I think that members of the provincial legislature do oversight, and it's clear they do not. It's also clear that even on a national basis, members of the national parliament, I stand to be corrected, don't also, exercise oversight over this particular item called sport in schools. So we should get to a certain extent, Dr. Khumalo, for you to execute all of these duties. We should really get some sort of undertaking from the SGBs, from teachers' unions, and the concerns raised by Honorable Daniels, teachers' unions, and Honorable Nkosi, who's talking about all stakeholders. Many members talked about that. We really do have that consent from the Department Basic Education. Can the Department Basic Education respond to what I've said? Dr. Watson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Mr. Mabena, would you like to speak to constraints around international events and the Department of Basic Education's resourcing in that regard?
Please unmute. Dr. Watson, you may take the floor on that.
So, Chair, my sense is that we would like to do a written response to this question, because what we can do is reflect on previous years when we've had real difficulties.
Dr. Watson.
I cannot give a commitment in
this meeting. Just a second. When I start this meeting, I ask whether the Department of Basic Education endorse this MOU and this presentation. And the response was politely yes. And I'm a little bit itchy when you say that you would like to have a written response and you can't say now. we are dealing with a very, very serious issue, and it's about the children of this country, where we need cooperation between both parties in this particular issue. I find it difficult that you say that you would like to respond in writing. It is clear, the persons designated to speak, it's either elsewhere in a meeting or don't want to, commit themselves in this particular meeting. Your response, Doctor?
I suppose I'm taking very seriously, Chairperson, that Portfolio Committee is our highest body in the land, and that anything that we say here needs to be completely compliant. And when you mentioned the Cricket World Cup and its implications for our schools, I wouldn't want to make a flippant commitment. In general terms, around national identity of our country, we support such events. But in terms of the implications for the provinces and for schools in particular, we would need to have a look at what the cost implications are so that we say what we can do and really do it, rather than simply saying yes, and then we don't have the resourcing to do what is needed. But in broad strokes, our commitment to cricket and playing cricket in schools is something we hold in high regard. And we also support children to play and have a good working relationship with the Cricket Federation. So in spirit, yes. In practicalities, I do need some opportunity to revert to the provinces and to get you the right information that you need. Thanks.
Yeah, perhaps I've made a wrong example, but I was actually referring holistically, with every other, any other activity that DSEC have to be involved. But with that said, honorable members, it seems that I'm having a final hand and we are over our time. I'm going to give the last person, Honorable Mtetwa, an opportunity to ask a follow-up, and then there's another hand going, Honorable Khabo, and then we have to wrap up. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still Eugene Mtetwa. I'm a member of this portfolio committee and deployed by EFF. Chair, let's face the fact. Department of Basic Education entered into this MOU in view of the paper it is written on. There's no commitment whatsoever. The Department of Basic Education is undermining our intelligence here. Having said that, let me go into the issue of the contradictions that I pick up even from the Department of Arts and Culture. The department speaks of implementing MOU, yet contrary to what it imposes or juxtaposes as implementable, it's outrightly ruled out by the fact that there's no capacity. For instance, developing infrastructure. You would remember during our oversight, not even a single school that we came across that has facilities for arts and culture side of things. Mostly here it's sports, and that is the continuation of it even now. On the issue of curriculum, I want to recommend that the department must look at what, as EFF, we are funding for, the replacement of life orientation with sports, arts, and culture as a subject that is all-encompassing. A subject that looks into languages, sports, culture, and life skills through all levels of education, not only basic education. Having said that, I want to come back to Mr. Ndima and say, I want to put it to him, or maybe let me say, Mr. Ndima, my question was saying, didn't you know about SAMIC? Were you not alerted by anyone, including me? And you said you didn't. I want to put it to you that today you've just committed statutory offense, yet again. I would like Zolega to put on the screen an email that Mr. Ndima was copied on, alerting him on the blacklisting of SAMIC. This was in March, 15 March 2021, 10:42. I hope this is exactly Ms. Ndima's email address. vositemba@dsec.gov.za. I want him to confirm if that is his email. He's copied here. And this email talks about SAMIC being blacklisted, SAMIC being the SAMIC that is communicating with the department, being a different SAMIC from the one that they were thinking they were funding. Now, if he says that he did not approve that, he must then give us the name of the person who approved it. And if he's still adamant that he didn't know about this, he must explain to us what is this that is in front of him. There's also a question that was asked by a member of Democratic Alliance. If I'm not mistaken, it was in Zolega, if you can assist me. Just upload that, the answers from the department on questions that were asked by a member of parliament, Veronica, who was the member of the portfolio committee at that time. The department responded with the same lies. So if Mr. Ndima can assist us to understand if really, here's it. It was on the 10th of September 2021. Mrs. Van Dijk asking the same question, that whether department, or rather alerting the department and asking these questions, because this, it shows, I'm asking these questions because these are the issues that we're faced with, where the department does things, promises things, do this, and when they come to the portfolio committee, they misrepresent facts. So if Mr. Ndima can confirm if that is his email, if he didn't really know, if he didn't got alerted, even by me, I text him on his phone to say, something that you are dealing with now, it was in the absence of Bosim Kize, who was on sick leave, and he was acting as the DDG. So I don't understand when he says he didn't approve, and yet there was funding that went to SAMIC. Who approved it then? Thank you, Chair. I think, I want further to say, I hear him also speaking about teaching children at school about the flag and this. I want to know, why is he not talking on the African Union anthem, which is the responsibility of this government to teach children about the African Union anthem? And that is under his responsibility. Was there a song recorded for 20 million against xenophobic attacks which happened in South Africa, which was overseen by Ms. Zanele Mbogazi, may her soul rest in peace, during her short employment at the department? And what has happened to that song? Because I think it is also under the heritage, social cohesion and all that. Can he assist us with that? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mtetwa, can I make the following ruling? I think let's focus on the agenda and issues relating to that. Not with saying that you don't have a point, but let me also explain the following, and maybe us as a department, we can. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the Portfolio Committee, Dr. Kumalo, I think maybe we should also sit down at some stage and discuss how we're going to deal with issues of this nature in the future. I'm going to tell you why. There are several meetings that we've held with the department, and then a former CEO of a particular entity, for example, write to us and says that we have to recognize him or her because things are happening, and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has lied to us. So we need to find a way to deal with these issues and the issues that has been raised. I share the members' frustration, but I think in terms of the process and the procedure of this meeting, I really would want us to flag this for another time, and perhaps also deal with a number of letters, and maybe we must just forward these letters to Dr. Kumalo for a response. If that is fine with you, Honorable Tetwa, we can deal with it in that fashion, if that is fine. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I think we must agree that what Honorable Tetwa is, and we cannot leave it unattended. But we must also emphasize that.
But Honorable Khabo, I agree. We cannot leave issues of this nature unattended. But in terms of the procedure and the point on the agenda, I would request us to deal with that.
No, I agree, Chair. I was just highlighting it. I fully agree. I don't withstand or oppose your ruling. I was just emphasizing that it will be important for us to take note of that. And probably with that being said, Chairperson, consolidate all these things that we have packed in the previous meetings. I think you'd agree with me that, sorry about that, Chair. I think you'd agree with me that there are a number of things that we had agreed on. Amongst others is that employment equity plan that we were supposed to discuss. And today we have not really discussed it. And I would like to plead to your good self, Chairperson, that all of these things must be consolidated and we must engage on them moving forward. Chair, my issue that I wanted clarity on is the implementation part and the monitoring on how they are doing it at the level of provinces and district. And the department did not respond to that. In fact, the department is just giving us a helicopter view on how they are looking at things from a national level, but they are unable to provide us with a detailed interpretation of the implementation plan at the level of the district and provinces. That is number one, Chairperson. I would like to get more clarity, probably must do it in writing, Chairperson. The second thing that I wanted to highlight, Chairperson, is the fact that I would want to propose that in the next cycle or term of the year, Chairperson, part of our work that we need to do as a portfolio committee of sports, arts and culture is to begin to interact with these provincial governments or provincial departments, including local municipalities. A lot of money is being sent, or it is being given to provincial government, including certain local municipalities. And when we play our oversight, projects are not being completed and nobody is being held accountable. I'm saying this because of it does not assist as the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to set aside money for the implementation of particular projects, but yet again, such projects are not being implemented. I'll cite you a practical example, Chairperson. The local municipality of Motlosana, they spend more than 3 million. We don't see any raising track there. You go to Liguateman local municipality, they spend more than 1.5 million on a project of building a library that up until today, nothing has been completed. And yet again, we continuously invest money on the construction of new infrastructure projects, yet we do not take responsibility of the ones that were supposed to be completed previously. So it is my firm recommendation, Chairperson, that in the next term, we should begin to interact not only with these provincial departments of sports, arts and culture, but also with these municipalities as a way of understanding how are they spending the allocation set to us, Chairperson. Lastly, Chairperson, earlier on, I spoke of Tshwarelo Kobekai, a young learner of one of the local schools, Chairperson, that is also playing in Cape Town as we speak. The department is unable to explain what support are they referring to. In a national platform, Chairperson, when you speak of authority as a department, you should be able to take us into detail as to when you say that provinces has provided support, including district. You should be able to tell us how much have they spent, how many of these children has benefited, because it does not assist us as public representatives to interact with these learners or to interact with the parents of these learners when they raise their frustration, when we elevate their frustrations to the relevant departments, meaning that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, both in the province and at the district level, these people are unable to provide clarity. So part of the recommendation that we must put forward, Chairperson, especially in the implementation of this project, is for us to get a quarterly report and assessment on the implementation of this project at the different levels of district and provinces. And I'd like to plead with both the department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Department of Basic Education, they must agree who must implement this flag program. Because it cannot be that you've got the implementation of this program on Sports, Arts and Culture, and yet when you go to DBE, there is money set aside for the implementation of this project. Why are we duplicating projects? And who is fooling who in the process? The last part that I wanted to indicate, Chairperson, in relation to the implementation of this project, both the departments who must interact with them on a quarterly basis, but not only with them. As in when we interact with them, they must invite their MECs. Because you've got political heads in provinces who are expected to champion these programs. And some of these MECs, they seem not to be having an understanding of these programs. I mean, just of recent in the Northwest province, there was discussion on and around the MEC having flown to Italy for 1 million trip that was spent. You'd ask yourself, how do we justify not only the trip, but then how is this program being implemented in such a way that as a province, we are able to contribute with a larger number, especially with children or learners that are located in rural areas and small dorpies? How are we also using this program to activate the social cohesion that we are speaking of as a department, especially on children who are living with disabilities? And that is one thing that our program did not touch, or the MOU did not touch, in terms of how do we then incorporate children or people living with disabilities, especially in this institution. I mean, in this instance, for the implementation of this program. I'll cite an example of Christiana School for the Blind. You go there, there are no facilities that are responding to the condition or the physical outlook of these learners. How are we then infusing it? Chairperson, those are some of the few things that I wanted to raise, but also as a recommendation. This is a good program, Chairperson. It is aligned not only to the 350, but it speaks directly to the type of schools that we want to build, the type of system that it must produce. I mean, the type of learners that the system must produce. Not only system who will be benefiting from tutorial, but also learners that can contribute to the sports development and the development of this country in total. Chairperson, with that being said, I think the department must come on board in clarifying what role, or what do they mean when they say that these provinces, they've provided. And I'm not sure what is this child going to eat when in Cape Town. What support are they provided? Because when I was interacting with the learner, with the parents of this learner, they were saying that the department is not clear as to how will the child be taken care of even when they get to Cape Town. So those are some of the things that are raising discrepancies. That's why in most cases, other parents will not allow their learners to go and participate in these schools programs, because sometimes we do not clarify as a department on how are we going to take responsibility of these children when they are away from home. With that being said, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabu. I would like to say to honorable members that I think it's important for us to adopt that suggestion by Honorable Khabu and perhaps formulate it in this following position, that the Portfolio Committee should request a meeting with provinces and the department to discuss, issues that affect the development, the implementation, as well as the infrastructures and programs of sport in provinces. And I think that is a very important point. I think it is now time for us to start engage with provinces as well with municipalities, because that intergovernmental relationships, definitely we should really engage with those structures and engage in order for us to ensure that we get, the necessary development, infrastructure and cooperation from these departments, because we cannot allow that so much money are being spent, all over the show. And when you look at the results, it does not match, the allocation being made to that respective provinces. Honorable members, is there any last final hand before I'm going to close this meeting? I don't see any further hands. If there's anything any member would still like to, in 48 hours, send to the department on some responses, we would really like you to do so. I'm going to give 2 minutes each to both the Department Basic Education and Department Sports, Arts and Culture for closing remarks before I'm going to close this meeting. Department Basic Education.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Department of Basic Education would like to extend its appreciation to the members of the committee and for the probing questions that make us sharper and take our work really seriously. And we will certainly attend to any of the unanswered questions in writing and look forward to future engagements. I submit.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
Thank you, Chair. I think can I go on, Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay. I think in terms of what the MOU puts into place in terms of oversight, I think I'm picking up that we are lacking the Chair. We have indeed set up task teams, as the MOU says, that speak specifically to programs. However, I'm picking up that we need that oversight as depicted, I think, under those items in the MOU. So there are other areas. We are 1 year into the implementation of this MOU, and I think there are other areas coming out of this meeting that the two of us as departments need to then go to the drawing board and look at. Chairperson, I know you ruled on the issue of SAMIC, but DDG Ndima has asked that if we could be forwarded the email and that response, as we would like it to have an opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you so much for that. I would like to request that the Portfolio Secretary do as such on that request. And from my side, may I also thank the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture for their presentation, also to share, this very important MOU and what the future will hold in for sports and the cooperation between the two departments. I must also say that, I'm listening to with particular reference to Honorable Khabo, and I feel so tempted, but we have to consider perhaps to ask some of the members of provincial legislature just to join in and observe and listen, when these issues are being raised, so that we can work together as a collective, to save sport. I look at the whole happenings of yesterday with Netball South Africa, and then you realize, yes, of course, we've gone through a little bit of turbulence with Netball South Africa, and you look at the event yesterday and the amount of children being there. It was such an emotional moment, and for us, it's about the children, it's about development, it's about the future, and Netball South Africa is doing extremely well when it comes to this particular entity. And we can mention a long list of progress of South Africans, on various sporting codes. And if it was not for the coaches, managers, and referees, and you name them, we should not be what we actually are today. So we would like to say thank you to the department for their role that they are playing, their oversight. And yes, indeed, it seems also on various portfolio committees or oversight structures that the manpower is lacking, but we should not give up. We should not give up when it comes, to our oversight role. We should not give up when it comes to accountability. We should not give up to ensure that, our key performance areas, we should not give up in all of these issues as individuals and take this country forward. With that said, Honorable Member, I will now declare this meeting closed, and thank you for everyone who attended this meeting. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. # we follow the money.
Thank you, Mr. Mtetwa.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Chairperson.